That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So much breaking, so much developing, and we will get to all of the day's news and the developing stories and just get you up to speed. But I want to begin with this story, the Delaware Valley Journal, by the way, this morning posting this and talking about this Islamic group that's linked to Hamas, offering training and advice for local teachers. Isn't that nice? Isn't that special? So as the church lady, I miss when Saturday Night Live was funny, right, Dana Carvey? But in this one, it's the Philadelphia branch of Council on American Islamic Relations, CAIR, CARE. They're offering to hold these seminars for local educators, local teachers, and give them some guidance on, quote, inclusive schools to school districts. Special? He's so funny. But these reports are that some Philadelphia schools are actually subscribing to this, taking them up on the offer. And so one is a workshop, and here's the title of the workshop: American Jews and Political Power, Myth or Reality. That's the name of a workshop. American Jews and Political Power, Myth or Reality. And so you can see that they're trying to make it edgy and not too over the top, I guess. But to me, I don't know. To you, is that concerning to you? That's concerning to me. So if I'm with the Anti-Defamation League, the ADL, or perhaps some of these different, any organization, and I always say, where are all of these free speech organizations or anti-discrimination organizations when something like this comes up? I think even in light of yesterday's school shooting, you think of the level of anti-Semitism in our nation right now, and that it's allowed at educational institutions. And then to think about Philadelphia public schools and local counties. We have reported on the lawsuit, in Bucks County. Remember that one. And remember, Meg Brock will be along, and we want to update you on some of these cases. And we now know the extent to which Bucks County taxpayers were paying the bill to essentially oppress and suppress information that was being requested by tax-paying parents in the school system, moms who just were filing Freedom of Information requests and wanted to know what was going on. They had kids in their local grade schools. Unbelievable. And it's not a big story. It's not on the cover, if you will, of the Philadelphia Inquirer, for example. Bias by omission, as I always say. So in this one, this group, the Council on American Islamic Relations, they posted on Instagram, "Are you ready for the school year?" Well, CARE Philadelphia is dedicated to working with students, parents, educators, and administrators to ensure students feel seen, safe, and supported. Check out our resources. Special? Yeah. And then they give their website. And so, part of this kind of language, I wonder if, for example, Jewish kids, well, do they feel seen and safe and supported? That's my question here, because it sure feels, has this like creepy, I don't know, anti-Semitic feel to it, doesn't it? And so and it's not C-A-R-E. I just want to point that out as C-A-I-R. And so they're offering the training to educators and staff on cultural competency, anti-bullying, inclusive practices. If your classroom or school has specific needs, we can adapt workshops to fit your students or your staff. And so in this one, by the way, the former director of this organization did serve on Philadelphia School District Superintendent Tony Watlington's transition team. When he was transitioning when he was hired to become the superintendent, as part of the anti-racist culture subcommittee, K through 12 extremism tracker, reporting that one. And so you would hope that any group like this is loving and fully inclusive, but it just has when their title of their workshop is, as I read it to you, I just feel like they're targeting local Jewish community members, and by the very nature of that title, Jewish kids. And it just has this anti-Semitic feel to it. And then I'm just going to couple that with the fact that we have a young man who went nuts, who went psycho and opened fire on a church in Minneapolis and shot through the church windows at a Annunciation schools we've been talking about. And then we see the manifesto, I hate calling it a manifesto. We see all of his crazed writings. We see his crazy rants. That he put out videos that were timed to be released at the point. And somebody said that these were online prior to the shooting. I don't believe they were, to my knowledge. I think that they were, and I don't know how that worked, but supposedly the videos that the shooter, the killer, put out, they were he put them out in a timed release after he did his evil deeds.
I'm the woker, baby. Why so curious?
Yeah, Dan, that just gives me, it's like a demonic voice of this individual. They were pulled off of social media and so on, and so it's hard to find them now unless you downloaded the whole thing beforehand. But
I did.
Yeah, I did too.
I mean, we have it.
Do you really?
No. Yeah.
But it just to play little snippets of it, just to give you a sense of the psychotic the psychotic nature of this person, and clearly red flags were there. And so I think that's what earlier I read, by the way, as I weave in and out of the day's news, but earlier today I read the postings by our First Lady, Melania Trump, which were very thoughtful and sensitive, as she was talking about these kinds of red flags when we have threats against schools and things of that nature. And so this is what Dan is playing. If you're watching us on YouTube, and if you are, please subscribe and push all the buttons, that Greg Stocker wants you to do. But in this one, you're seeing the video, and this is a level of firepower. This is the killer. All the ammo, all the firepower, the rifles, handgun.
I'm the woker, baby. Why so curious?
Suck on this. There's one that says, "Where is your God?"
Yeah, a lot of language we can't even repeat.
Yeah, we can't. It's filthy language,
visual,
profanity laden. But in one of them, threatening President Trump, for example. And it begins with saying tomorrow, and sort of tomorrow, almost like a reference, a creepy reference, because it was obviously the video, the killer, the demonic killer made these videos and made this thing presumably the night before, premeditating this horrific killing of children, attacking children at a school where the killer graduated from. I will also say that we now know, I'm trying not to say the individual's name just because I'm because I don't want to glorify this in any way, shape, or form. This is clearly a psychotic individual who needed help.
Tomorrow,
singing this, dreaming of murdering and gunning down innocent children as they were in a church pew, as they were praying. And then you learn, to add the depth of this, you learn that this individual as a child went to this school, went to Annunciation Catholic School, and his mom, Mary, worked at the school for 5 years and had so knew the school well. And so to me, if you want my take on this, by the way, I'm going to tell you this. How many times have you heard me say this? That in our society, what we've done, and this is America, because, and I've done extensive reporting on the fact that reports came out in the UK, in Europe, that convinced, for example, people overseas that this so-called trans care, talking about invasive surgical and or invasive medicines, if you will, hormone therapy for children, which is untested, that it's no good. And there have been extensive studies on this. The UK came out and Europe has come out and said this is bad for kids. We're not going to subscribe to this, and reversing its policies. We in America, that the problem is everybody subscribed to it. And we have children's hospitals across the country that were told this is the answer. And now people are, through President Trump executive orders and through, I think now people are getting with the program. But I just want you to think about what the philosophy has been. I want you to think about this individual who at the time is in a grade school, and right around the time of the beginning of the shutdowns and some of those severe school shutdowns happening in places like, think about what happened in Minnesota, here in Philadelphia, et cetera, in Minneapolis. And now think about the philosophy that kids were being told, hey, if you're having feelings that you're not comfortable in your body, you can go ahead and you can be a different gender. And that's going to make you happy. If you're feeling sad, this is how you can feel happy. But in order to feel happy, you have to go through these invasive procedures to now feel good about yourself and to feel happy. And so it's like that Pink song, where you're being told that you have to change everything you are. It's kind of reminds me of that, where you're being told that because you don't feel happy with who you are inside, you have to change your outside. What a horrible message. And so you're being told essentially to alter everything about the outside of you to then make it feel like it's consistent with what you're feeling on the inside. That's horrible. You're being told basically to hate your physicality, right? To change everything you are on the outside. That's the opposite of everything I was ever told when I was a kid. In my family and in my Christian faith, and I think in most faiths, we're told that everything flows like a fountain. That God loves you and that you should love you. You should love yourself. And that God does love you. That your family, your community, they love you. But that the flow of love comes, love yourself, right? Love God. God loves you. And now that this flows outward. So this is an opposite philosophy that these children, our children in America, have been told. So instead of saying, love yourself, work on what's in your soul, work on what's on the inside, because you are beautiful on the inside, and worry about the superficial stuff later. Isn't that the message that we should be telling kids? But instead, what we're saying is, in order for you to love yourself and embrace the whole being of what is you, you have to surgically alter your facade, the outside of your body, and take powerful medications to alter who you are in the form of these hormone medications, these so-called therapies. It's such a disturbing message. And I've seen so many people in the psychology, psychiatry community say that they hope the toxicology of this individual comes out so that we can understand what's the toxicology, what kind of meds was this individual on, and for how long. And now who do we look to as far as what we as a society, the media, even the medical community, did to this kid? And what are we doing to other kids? Let's get to your calls, 855-839-1210. Christian, we want to hear you speak out. Thanks for calling in, Christian.
Good morning, ma'am. So it's not terribly surprising that we're seeing a rise in kind of this type of action from a community that is affirmed or that people are constantly affirming delusions. Of course, they're going to think that what they do is justifiable if everything they think, say, and do is affirmed. Yes, your derangement is who you are. Yes, those voices in your head are real, this, that, the other thing. Of course, they're going to believe this. And of course, there's going to be a community rallying against it or rallying for this person, because if they ever stop doing it, then they would have to have that introspection to have that self-evaluation of who they are and how they have kind of corrupted their own lives and everyone else around them. Furthermore, on the point, I don't ever want to hear talk about like gun violence, obviously not on this program, but from anyone else until a gun gains consciousness and goes in and actually shoots up a place. Until then, it is always the function of the person functioning the weapon.
And you're exactly right. Thank you, Christian. Everything you said, I agree with. That somehow the weapons become animated. And it's as if they've come to life. And it's called gun violence. And that's just not the truth. Now, you may believe, and maybe our society has to take a hard look at the fact that post-COVID, post-pandemic shutdowns, and especially with young people, we do have a crisis within the psychiatry community, if you will. And that was, I always quote, when the teachers, remember the teachers union at the time were picketing and protesting outside Children's Hospital here in Philadelphia during the pandemic, because Children's Hospital and the doctors were urging the schools to be reopened because they said they recognized this crisis. It was like the canary in the cave sort of thing, that they recognized, we have a mental health crisis. We've banned our children from schools during COVID. At the same time, they also knew a lot that the kids, by and large, were surviving COVID or didn't even show the symptoms of it, were asymptomatic. And so the CHOP docs were saying, open up the schools. And they said that they were full. They were full. They had the hallways full of children suffering in a mental health crisis during the pandemic. And so post-pandemic, do we have a mental health crisis? Yes. And I want you to think about how a 23-year-old who just turned 23 June 17th, who is now dead, self-inflicted, that horrible Minneapolis situation with an 8-year-old and 10-year-old child killed in their church school yesterday, in their church, in their parish, and 17 others, including 3 80-year-olds in critical condition, went through surgery, and the 14 school children recovering in the hospital. A lot of prayers for them across the nation. But I want you to think about the mental health crisis. Do we have to now look at this mental health crisis and things to ourselves that we have to figure out a way that we keep guns out of the hands of diagnosed individuals who are on, especially if they're on powerful combinations of medications, right? Do we have to think about that very carefully? Of course we do. Do we have to have the conversation? Of course we do. Yes, we have a mental health crisis. But to your point, the fact that the news coverage, and this is to Christian's point, the news coverage, even by last night, with Minneapolis lawmakers and Democrats and across the country, Democrats very quickly pivoted to, they're blaming the firearms. And they're not wanting to have a conversation about mental health and the mental health of young people like this transgender individual. And of course, I'm not blaming transgender people. No, I know transgender people here in Philadelphia. One of them is a beautiful human being who is a longtime volunteer with a local organization that I'm very involved with. So no, I'm not blaming transgender adults. That's not what this is about. This is about minor children being given powerful medications on top of then antidepressants and all these other cocktails of drugs and medications that, to my knowledge, have never been fully tested to see, well, what, because these are emergency use type thing. We need to look at that before we give them to kids. And that's what Europe decided, by the way. There also is other news this morning about the weapons used by that Minneapolis church school shooting. They were purchased legally by this individual who at this point is a 23-year-old, and we're learning more about that. So they were legally purchased. It does not appear there was a speculation that maybe the parents of this individual bought the firearms or something, or that they were stolen. To my knowledge, and this is a Fox News report, that the weapons used were legally bought, legally purchased, lawfully purchased, and that from the city's police chief, revealing that among other things. I'm going to say this: the educators at this Annunciation School and church, they acted with such heroism, but as well, the Minneapolis police officers acted, and those first responders acted with incredible heroism. They were rushing in. Remember, I said this live. They were rushing in. The bomb squad was rushing in. They didn't know. They were told that there might be explosives inside. They rushed in. They didn't even think about it. Rushing in to save children. Everybody, as far as the police response, the first responders, and the educators, they did everything to shield and save those children in the moment of this horrific, unthinkable attack that was evil, that was demonic. But if we look at the media, let us look, and a moment ago I glanced up, I was looking at CNN, and they had this graphic up, and they were describing the shooter. And I thought, man, what's missing from this? They talked about the firearms. They talked about what they know about the shooter. They talked about everything else. Do you know what was missing? They're not referencing, and I've noticed this now this morning, the story is either not being reported or it's buried in the coverage. The fact that this individual is a transgender individual, not even being addressed. Do you notice that, Dan?
Yeah, there was actually a cut I pulled. MSNBC talks about the reasons for this, and I'm just shocked because I was sitting there. It's a lengthy clip. It's about 90 seconds, and we can play it if you want. But I was just sitting there the entire time, and they blame the effects of COVID. They blame video games, but there's absolutely nothing about trans. And I can play it back for you if you want, Dawn.
Let's hear it.
Did they help motivate him and radicalize him to carry out this shooting?
When you use the word radicalize, we tend to think of terror, a more traditional terrorist, something that people came, especially in this country, to seem to be familiar with in the post 9/11 era, right? So when you talk about radicalization, you talk about writings that reference suicide, extremely violent thoughts and ideas, and those multiple videos that are posted online. What do these groups do when you say they radicalize?
So, whether it's a terrorist organization or the variety of ideologies that different people follow. They're following them because they have susceptibility. There's various push-pull factors. Maybe it's some kind of mental break. Maybe it's their life has gone down the toilet and they have no hope. Maybe they have bad parenting, a variety of things. The effects of COVID and the isolation and what's called the gamification influence, where young men are growing up being raised by video games. All of those things are involved in really people mobilizing towards violence more routinely in these things. But you will also see people get radicalized solely on these video games through headsets. They may never go on the internet otherwise. So there's a variety of things that threat professionals look at now and trends.
Not one mentioned on.
Not one mentioned. All of that. And we let it go on a little bit for the point, right? That we're not just playing a tiny clip out of context. You heard a lot of context. These are experts, and this is a main anchor with two experts, and nobody mentions the quiet part out loud, which is what meds. First of all, what is the psychosis of this individual? Number one, and number two, when were the diagnoses made, and what medications and what combinations of experimental, if you will, medications, because it is experimental to give hormone therapies to minors, and that's when this individual, as a minor, is a biological boy, and then was transitioning, and so we'll just wait for that. But I'll just simply say to you, when you say to yourself, and I had the conversation with my son Michael last night, because he was disturbed about it, and said, Mom, why would anybody turn on these little kids, and especially at a school and a church where you went to? Because my boys, as you know, went to Catholic grade school, a pre-K through 8th grade. And I said, honey, because he hates himself. That's what we're teaching these kids to do. We're, by and large, he hated himself, and thereby he hates. So he's trying to kill. He sees himself as that kid in that church, and trying to kill what he hates because he hates himself. He can't stand himself. But love yourself. In other words, where is the message to say, kiddo, I don't care. You can wear a dress if you want. You can wear pigtails if you want. I love you. God loves you. It's all good. It's all okay. But let's talk about you. Give me a hug, honey. I love you. You don't have to change anything that you are on the outside or the inside. I love you just the way you are. God loves you just the way you are. But that's not what our society or our media is telling these kids. They're saying, oh, you have to change. You have to go into an operating room at an age of as young as 12, that you have to, or 11. I mean, Meg Brock, she did one of the Freedom of Information requests that told us that Dr. Rachel Levine, she was just thrilled to see the top surgeries and the bottom surgeries of children, of minors, that happened, and so, many of them at taxpayers' expense, by the way, paid by tax dollars. But what's that message? You have to go into an operating room as a child and be put under anesthesia, and they're going to cut you open, and they're going to cut off your private parts, and you're going to have big scars on your top and your bottom, on your most intimate parts, and cut away your ability to have kids ever and be a parent ever and to know the joy of that. You have to change everything you are on the outside to feel love and to feel whole. What a horrible message. Talk about, think about their message. Hate has no home here, and how that has come home to roost within the Democrat Party. Talk about shame. What an ugly, hateful, horrifying message. Tell your child, I love you. I love you. God loves you. We love you just the way you are. You are beautiful just the way you are. Let's work on the inside, and then move. As you move, let it flow like a fountain, the love flowing from the outside, right? From the inside out. This is a wrong message. It's a bass-ackwards message, and I don't care what your politics. Let's teach our children. Let's teach our children we love them, no matter what they look like, no matter who they are, and no matter what their pronouns are. Who cares about the stinking pronouns? You are loved. That should be the message, not you have to change. Thank you for the song, Dan. All right. Meg Brock is around the corner. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Nevada. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It's time to cut your old point-of-sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
I'm Kristen Press. And I'm Tobin Heath. We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of The Recap Show.
Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between.
We've built a space where athletes, change makers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves.
Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Just a little victory lap for one of the local moms who's a good mom, who out of the love and care and concern for her young school-age children's education during the pandemic wanted to know and had every right, quite frankly, to know what was going on with the pandemic shutdowns and so forth. And so my next guest, Meg Brock, as a parent, as a taxpayer in Bucks County, had said, well, let me just file a right to know, a freedom of information request. Seems pretty simple. Citizens do it all the time. Journalists do it all the time. Filed this, and it has been years and years. Every time, and she's not the only mom who you've heard from, but there's a consistency to this because this was oppression, suppression, and at the end of the day, local taxpayers footed the bill. We now know how much that bill was. But let's, first of all, a victory lap, and to congratulate you, Meg, because you're an awesome, beautiful mom, community member, and as well journalist, citizen journalist. But congratulations. All of your instincts were correct. And yeah, we got to do the celebration song. Take a little victory lap. Let's do it.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, I mean, you deserve it. So,
no, thank you, Dawn. I appreciate you saying all of that, and I appreciate just you elevating my story and helping me get it out there and tell people. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, please follow Megan E. Brock. Follow Meg Brock on Insta or on social media on X. But in this one, and my friend Linda Stein had wrote in the couple different publications, including Delaware Valley Journal, that there's it's a $3,000 penalty for bad faith leveled against Bucks County by a judge in your Meg Brock right to know case, and showing that the county actually spent nearly $23,000. These are tax dollars, $23,000. Think of what you could do with that. When you think about building and improving schools and improving the county, $23,000 that they paid in these legal fees to an outside law firm that they hired to fight against just doing the right thing, which they were ordered anyway to do, which was revealing the records as ordered by the courts, right?
Right. It's so crazy. And those fees don't even include the hours that assumedly their in-house counsel spent. So they have an in-house legal team who I know was directly involved in all of this because they were filing different documents even before they took me to court with different appeals and whatnot. So, I mean, it really is just, it's embarrassing. I think this is very embarrassing for the county. I think that the constituents, the people that they serve, should be outraged by this because it was so unnecessary, and it truly was acting in bad faith, which is the opposite of how government's supposed to act.
And time again, as we look at, first of all, the common pleas judge. This was Denise Bowman ruling in Meg Brock's favor, in your favor, Meg, finding the county acted in bad faith after the Office of Open Records approved your right to know requests, and the county then appealed that ruling to the Commonwealth Court, where Judge Matthew Wolf ruled against it again. And so over and over again, we saw these court rulings backing you up. And so, what do you say about these commissioners, especially there's Bob Harvey, and then there's Diane Marseglia, right? They're two of those commissioners. And we'll play some clips just to remind you of who these individuals are. But what do you say to these about these commissioners?
I also want to add in Joseph Kahn, who's running for district attorney, because he was, when the lawsuits were initially filed against me, he was leading the Bucks County Law Department. So, in my opinion, he's also culpable in this mess. I would say that I mean, they, throughout the course of over a year, I was, as a private citizen, I was bullied. They tried to silence me. They tried to silence others, including Jamie Walker.
Yes.
They called us names from the podium. I mean, they used the public meetings to ridicule us. And all along, I mean, we were correct in calling out that they were acting in bad faith. And now that's affirmed forever by a judge. So, I mean, I would say Diane Marseglia had campaigned a long time ago on government transparency. I guess we can say she was transparent when she said she was going to violate election law. So there is that. We'll give her that, right? I mean, there was some transparency there finally, but I would say treat your constituents with more respect. I mean, the U.S. Constitution is a mural inside the county building, as it should, to honor the Constitution, that really gives citizens the right to hold their government accountable, and that we should be able to trust that our our government officials at any level are acting in good faith. And so I hope that this would be a reality check for them. I'm doubtful that it will. I mean, already I've heard that there's been, accusations or that I was the problem, even though we have a court ruling saying they were the problem. But that's just kind of what you would expect.
Well, first of all, will Diane Marseglia let's listen to her apologizing. This is the Bucks County Commissioner, the Democrat there.
Inartfully spoke and used the word precedent when I was talking about provisional ballots. I was referring to the United States Supreme Court and the precedent that has been lost on many issues, including Roe versus Wade. When I inartfully spoke and used the word...
Remember this? We're taking you back to last November. We're flashing back. She got booed.
If you would just bear with me for one more minute. Unfortunately, I took my frustration out on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, many of whom are friends of mine and who I respect and whose decisions are complicated, difficult, and important. We are all going to learn lessons from this new media landscape, and most of all, I am. I am a small fish in this big pond. I do not have a megaphone on Twitter or CNN, or I am not a Secretary of State. I don't run a presidential campaign. This is the only opportunity I have had to set the record straight. Thank you for listening to me. Okay. Today is the only chance I have to stop this snowballing.
So we wanted to do that flashback just to remind you that happened last November at a Board of Elections meeting. She was heavily booed. And remember then Scott Pressler got involved, and that was some great stuff. But this is the commissioner, the Democrat commish, Diane Ellis Marseglia, and she had, tried to explain her controversial comment that she had made. She's one of the Bucks County commissioners who voted to count misdated and undated ballots, which went against a state Supreme Court ruling. And this is what you've got in Bucks County. And so if you believe that, for example, this kind of culture is not acceptable, if you believe, for example, think about what Meg Brock just brought up with Joe Kahn, and let's just weave all of this together and think about your vote during maybe you don't vote during off-year elections. As far as Kahn, he was somebody who he had run unsuccessfully for the Philadelphia DA back in the day against Krasner. That was 2017, Bucks County guy. He's the Democrat who's challenging Jen Shorn, who is currently the Bucks County DA. And in my opinion, and Meg, I don't know if you have an opinion about this, but Jen Shorn, I talk to law enforcement all the time. I talk to families and communities with her task forces. She's hands-on, highly professional, has done a great job in Bucks County, but she's being challenged. She's being heavily challenged by this guy. And so this is why your local elections and off-year elections, this is why it matters.
Yeah, I mean, everything it matters. And I think it's one of those things where maybe you don't realize how much it matters till it personally impacts you. And so I think about going back to the end of 2019, when the Democrat commissioners, Diane Marseglia and Bob Harvey, won the seat and won the majority, I believe, by something like 665 votes. And then they were sworn in January 2020, right before COVID started. You think about the impact of that, because you think, what if 665 Republicans had voted, and it swung the other way? Like, perhaps there would have been more support for Damsker. Perhaps they would have held the line. It might have impacted the whole state, which could have impacted the whole country. So, I mean, I think we've seen Bucks County impacting the national stage. You saw that in the clip you played from November of last year during the presidential election. But you think about how even these smaller elections can ultimately have consequences that flow downstream and can have great significance. And I know for me, this had a lot of significance in my personal life. This is not something that I ever thought I would be involved in, but I am very grateful, and I'm very grateful to Judicial Watch and to my legal team, to Chad and Meredith, who represented me in these cases, and allowed just a little bit of accountability for an out of control and unchecked local rule, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be blunt. Meg, you were painted as a crazy conservative chick. That's what they painted you as. And so my next question is, are there damages? I mean, is there more to come as far as with the county, the commissioners, even the media, some of the media reporting? Maybe you don't want to answer that just yet, but
yeah, I mean, I think it's absolutely damaging. I mean, it's caused tremendous stress to me personally. It caused stress to my family. It took a lot of my time, and I think when you're living somewhere and you start to understand that people can essentially, I mean, one of the worst parts in this whole experience for me actually happened before I was sued, when the commissioners made up a story about me and had it printed. It was printed in the local paper, where they accused me of it was when I discovered they had wrongfully blocked my phone number from calling the entire county system. And they accused me in this piece of extensive verbal abuse, which is a really significant act of character defamation. And it's something that could have now that I work as a journalist, I just appreciate how horrific this whole situation was even more, because all they had to do was ask the county for proof. Like, hey, let's see the phone records. You're saying she called the county like so many times that you had to block her phone number. Can we see the record of that? And there was no record of that because it didn't exist, because I'd literally talked to somebody once and I'd left her a voicemail. And after I left her a voicemail, which I ended up FOIA-ing, playing at a public meeting, because the voice message was very, very calm. I was just giving my opinion as a citizen, which is actually what the commissioners are really there supposedly to do, is to listen to their constituents. But I mean, I had to kind of clear my own name because it really casts a shadow on my own character. And I mean, when that happened, I mean, that really, really shook me, because I just thought, wow, like, what do I even do? How can it happen that my character could just be defamed in this way with something that's completely fabricated?
What's next for you? And everybody should read your great work, dailycaller.com, as you're an investigative journalist. And, you do just great work and important work. But what's next for you, Meg Brock?
I mean, at some point, I spent 2 years FOIA-ing this situation and trying to understand, really. I think this story is just a story of how local government works, and how we as American citizens really have this incredible gift of being able to openly criticize our politicians, of being able to have FOIA requests, attend meetings. And I think, like so many times, we take all these things for granted. But there are so few people throughout human history who have lived under a government system where they can freely do that ultimately without fear of like going to jail, you know? Yeah. And so at some point I would love to have like a long cast, like a podcast about this, or write a book or something about it, because I do think it's what's happened at Bucks County, and Bucks County has so much national attention. I think it's a story that's not just my story. It's really the story of a community and what we lived through during COVID, and how different people really can make a difference. And every American can make a difference in their community. And I think that's a beautiful thing. And that's one of the big takeaways that I've learned through all of this. Yeah. And it's like you, that you would find something positive out of it. You know, that when you follow your instincts and you speak out, it's like in New York when we learned after 9/11, if you see something, say something. In essence, you saw a lot going on. If you see something, say something in a different way. But Meg Brock, really appreciate you. Just wanted to celebrate this victory, and as well celebrate exactly what you're saying, what you've done, because Meg Brock, you're somebody who decided to fight for what's right, fight for your children, for your community, and so we thank you. Thank you, John. And I will say one of the other silver linings is getting to meet so many great people like yourself. Aww. And I think when people start to black toe or think like, oh my gosh, there are so many great people, regardless of their political affiliation. Yep. And I think that's what we need to focus on. Yep. How do we find one another, and how do we support one another, and how do we just continue to preserve liberty for our kids? Because we all want America to be a great place to live, and it is a great place. It's an amazing country, and our Constitution gives us unprecedented freedom, and that is something that we should always celebrate, even when we have to defend it. Beautifully said. Meg Brock, until next time, thank you so much. Thank you, Dawn. Take care. Thanks.
Hey, we'll be right back around the corner. Want to talk about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand. This is in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, unmistakable style, all with long-term value that you can trust. So from the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura delivers more for your drive and for your dollar. Just visit them, Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com for all the special offers. PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Transform your home this Labor Day with Bucks County Estate Traders Labor Day Sale. Save 20 to 50% off store-wide. Explore all styles here with high-quality furniture and statement pieces. When you visit, you'll be greeted by our experienced staff who are available to guide you through nearly 20,000 unique items in our massive climate-controlled showroom. Or navigate at your own pace using QR codes on every piece for instant details. Shop online with code LABOR25 at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or visit the Hatfield Showroom, open 7 days a week. Sale runs now through September 1st. Some exclusions apply.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area, they are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School on York Road, Warminster on Friday, October 10th. And at the Sellersville Theater in Sellersville, Saturday, November 8th.
Super funny.
The show's great. Hearing all the great voices like Carrie Callis.
Of course, Mal Reese. It was a riot.
Joe Conklin's really funny.
He cut me off on the way here. That's Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School, Friday, October 10th. And the Sellersville Theater, Saturday, November 8th. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
Forget the beach, forget the pool, forget the barbecue. Close out summer the smart way by saving up to $10,000 off any new Hyundai in stock. Only at Colonial Hyundai this weekend during the Colonial Hyundai annual Labor Day sales event. This Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Labor Day Monday. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Plus, that's not all. You can save big with 0% financing on any new Hyundai, Tucson, Santa Fe, or Palisade. And save big. The Car Czar John Ashdale will give you the most for your trade. $6,500 no matter the condition. Guaranteed. The only thing working overtime this weekend are the savings at Colonial Hyundai. And every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. A 10-year, 100,000 miles powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. Run to Colonial Hyundai on Route 30 in Downingtown or shop online at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only, tax and tags additional. See dealer for full details. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-316-9510 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-316-9510. That's 800-316-9510. What do you have to lose? Call 800-316-9510. Again, 800-316-9510.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope.
TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Walter Sterling.
PowerPoint should be no more than 8 slides and 8 words per slide. That's it. And if they interrupt you around slide 3 or 4 and they want you to stop and they have a lot of questions, congratulations. You've won. You did it.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Whether you're hitting the beach or cruising through the city this summer, why not do it in style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on right now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. And now's the time to get behind the wheel of a new Honda Civic, Accord, or CRV with unbeatable leases and low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do it today. Shop online, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Labor Day signifies a lifetime of work, which is the social and economic achievements of the American retiree. Hi, I'm Joanne Small-Canella of the Crash Proof Retirement Show. Some say the founder of Labor Day was a carpenter. Others say it was a machinist. We know Rosie the Riveter was a contributor. And you, the American retiree, have made countless sacrifices when you were already worn down to the bone. And you did this hoping to build a nest egg that would last your lifetime. It's appropriate that our nation pays tribute to the contributors of this great country's strength, freedom, and perseverance. You, our American retiree, you are the backbone of this great country, and you do deserve to have all you worked for last your lifetime. Preserve the fruits of your labor. On this Labor Day, stand tall, walk proud, and walk on. We at Crash Proof Retirement salute you.
Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Hi, I'm Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network, PNC Bank loves an exciting game. But we also think a little boring can go a long way. You see, boring banking means you're doing the right things. That is why PNC leaves a third and long to the professionals. Reliable fiscal strategies are more in our zone anyway. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So the latest, as far as we know from Minneapolis, officials there saying motive unknown in the church school killings that have happened. After that community came together, part of the prayer ceremony, if you saw any of it with last night's visual, was quite beautiful. It was unfortunate to me, and this really goes to Meg Brock's point. Isn't she great, Meg Brock? But to her point about coming together, the community really did come together in a very prayerful, loving, supportive way last night in Minneapolis, and I think prayers around the nation. It was quite beautiful to me personally that President Trump immediately, first of all, issued the White House proclamation, as I've been reporting since 6 o'clock this morning, flags at half staff as the nation mourns and prays for the families and for the community. And then as well, First Lady Melania Trump putting out word. We know that the FBI is involved in the investigation as well. And so we've been updating you on that. But, to think about this, the latest that we have is motive unknown as they continue to, we'll wait for the autopsy results and, see where that goes with this situation. But the fact that they're saying motive unknown, we don't know, and pivoting then to other things. To me, they're just missing out on an opportunity to look at the mental health crisis. That's my bottom line on all of this. I reported to you earlier, and I'll just update this for you, that we did have do we have an update from Conestoga at all, Dan? We reported earlier that first responders were called out to Conestoga High School where there was some kind of a bomb threat. So they did a 2-hour delay, and it looks to me, so far, it looks like they're back on track. So I think that they searched the school. It's another one of these unfortunate copycat kind of hoaxes, but no injuries, thank God, but a little bit of a scare, especially in light of what happened yesterday. So we have that one going on. And then for Labor Day weekend, the word, because, you forget it's Thursday before Labor Day weekend. My goodness, where did the summer go? But Labor Day weekend travel, we have reports that the rush is beginning today. It's going to be a beautiful weekend. And so we're getting some reports out there, whether you're traveling, maybe you're flying someplace or driving down the Jersey Shore. Looks like already people are, saying, let's get out of here. Let's go out early for the weekend. We have Ed and Delran. Hey, Ed.
Ed.
Oh,
no.
We thought we had Ed.
Yeah, we thought we had Ed. Sorry about that, Don.
Sorry about that. So we've got that one going on. And other news of the day as well. This one was a crazy story. I know I reported it earlier. But we have a former South Jersey bowling alley owner serving prison time for arson, now convicted, another conviction, plotting to kill government officials, including the Cumberland County prosecutor Jennifer Webb McRae. This is crazy, this story. I don't know if you saw this, Dan.
Yeah, that's nuts. Feuding bowling store or bowling shop owners, and I don't know. It sounds like there might be some movie rights here we might want to invest in, Dawn.
Right?
Yeah.
This is nuts. Yeah. Nutso stuff at the bowling. I love bowling. That's for sure.
Hey, did you want to hear? I have audio from. There was a message that was sent from the Pope, and this was about the shooting. I didn't know if you wanted to listen to a little bit of.
Yeah, let's listen to Pope Leo.
This would be cut 49 here. Let me just get that queued up, Dawn. And that's how that sounded. Take a listen.
I was particularly pleased today to receive a message from Pope Leo. If you'd bear with me, I'd like to share that with you. It comes directly from Cardinal Pietro Parolin, who's the Secretary of State, and it reads like this. His Holiness Pope Leo XIV was profoundly saddened to learn of the loss of life and injuries following the shooting that took place at Annunciation Church in Minneapolis. And he sends his heartfelt condolences and the assurance of spiritual closeness to all those affected by this terrible tragedy, especially the families now grieving the loss of a child, while commending the souls of the deceased children to the love of Almighty God. His Holiness prays for the wounded as well as the first responders, medical personnel, and clergy who are caring for them and their loved ones. At this extremely difficult time, the Holy Father imparts to the Annunciation Catholic school community, the Archdiocese of St. Paul and Minneapolis, and the people of the greater Twin Cities metropolitan area, his apostolic blessing as a pledge of peace, fortitude, and consolation in the Lord Jesus. My brothers and sisters, that gives me some hope. We know that the Holy Father, Pope Leo, did his hospital training right here in Minneapolis, so he knows our community, and he's been reminding anybody visiting from Minnesota that he spent some time here. We're very grateful for his blessing, but I, like those who have spoken before, ask that you would continue to look for those ways of supporting those who have been impacted today, not only with your prayers, but also with your action.
Yes, we pray for them. Prayers from across the nation for those families as they grieve. Can't even imagine an 8-year-old, 10-year-old killed in church, and many others, 17 others, recovering in the hospital this morning. I'm Dawn Stensland, at Dawn Stensland on X. Thank you for joining us this morning, 855-839-1210. Quick break. Much more to come. Be right back. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Whether you're hitting the beach or cruising through the city this summer, why not do it in style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on right now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. And now's the time to get behind the wheel of a new Honda Civic, Accord, or CRV with unbeatable leases and low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do it today. Shop online, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
The Dawn Stensland Show. Dawn Stensland live and local on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
That's right. You're listening to Dawn Stensland Show. Dan Borowski in for a couple minutes as Dawn figures something out here. So I'm going to take a time to maybe make some personal gripes. If you're a regular listener to 1210 WPHT, you know that I, Dan Borowski, producer Dan, recently moved over to New Jersey. And I pulled this for Sean Farish today. Maybe played it with Dawn, but oh man, the closest mall to my house facing some flack. Take a watch.
Back-to-school shoppers at Deptford Mall are having a bit of a sticker shock before they even walk into the mall.
Like $10 to park. I ain't parking here. It's just a way to make money, honestly.
That's the reaction of many shoppers who informed us about a recent change at the mall, a premium parking option. $10 you can park all day at a space close to the entrance.
Honestly, in today's day and age, that should be the last thing we're charging for.
Lamarck Porter works at the mall. He says the past few weeks since the spaces popped up, most have been left empty.
Yeah, you heard it right. Coming to a mall near you soon. Possible paid parking, premium spots in a world where shopping malls just aren't that popular. Whoever goes out and shops anymore? I don't even know. Online shopping really taking over, and now you heard of Deptford Mall running a pilot program charging $10 for closed premier parking. I bring it up as a gripe because I, with a pregnant wife, we need more of the pregnant parking. Just saying. That would be nice. Dick's Sporting Goods, hat tip to you for doing that. But let's go. While we wait for Dawn to come back, coming up we have Kim Ward, State Senator Kim Ward, President of the Senate. She's going to come on and talk a little bit about SEPTA, about the budget. And right now, big news regarding the budget. SEPTA, you have a lawsuit filed against the state and what's going on here with the transportation done by good friend friend George Paquetto here of the station 1210 WPHT. The name George Paquetto might sound familiar. The guy that did Frank Rizzo's statue. He worked for the Columbus statue. He unleashed the box. You hear him all the time in the Dom Giordano program, but some good stuff there from Rizzo. But I thought it might be beneficial to play back Monday. We had new gubernatorial candidate coming on, Stacey Garrity. She's currently the state treasurer, running against Josh Shapiro. She'll be the Republican running against the Democrat. Just a side note about Stacey. Stacey is one of the, if not the person. No, she is. She had the most ever votes for a Republican woman in the history of any election in Pennsylvania. So big stuff. Take a listen to Stacey Garrity talking a little bit about SEPTA. Here you go.
You're the treasurer here in Pennsylvania. What do you see as you look out this Monday morning as kids go back to school? The headlines are, well, deep SEPTA cuts. Nobody's really focusing on the budget and the lack thereof.
That's right. So the fiscal year that we just finished, which ended June 30th, we spent $3 billion more than what we brought in, Don. $3 billion. And if we would have adopted Governor Shapiro's proposed budget, we would be out of all the surplus plus the rainy day fund in 2 years. And you know what that means. It means it's a Shapiro tax increase. And those aren't my numbers. Those are his numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, we need to get a budget. And I can't believe that nobody's in Harrisburg. The governor is flying around the country, on late talk radio, or, Stephen Colbert, all the late night talk shows, talking about running for president. Everybody needs to get back to Harrisburg, roll up their sleeves, and get a budget passed, because that's what Pennsylvanians deserve. And as far as SEPTA, nobody does, everybody wants SEPTA funded, but they need to open up their books. Everybody's got to tighten up their belts. I'm sure there's productivity that can be found. And so far, they haven't been willing to do that.
Yeah, and so that's a piece of, and I always, me, I talk about the media and the coverage and the way the coverage goes. So what I notice this morning, whether it's being covered nationally or in particular across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, not just in Philadelphia, is depending on the news outlet, but most of them are not necessarily focusing on the fact that for the third year in a row, like you're saying, we the time expires, no budget, but then as well the fact that there's this emergency fund that could be tapped into that would probably at least have a temporary fix, right? So that school kids in particular, but also people trying to use SEPTA for work, that they would have kind of a period where they could bridge that gap until the budget is figured out. So when you look at that as somebody who's a numbers person, you're obviously the treasurer, and you're obviously, as Zioli always, we tease that he hates the math, but this is your wheelhouse. What do you see here? I mean, as governor, let me just ask you, by contrast, if you were governor right now, what would you do differently than Governor Josh Shapiro?
Well, first of all, I think the proposal that was presented was really reasonable, because the public transit fund, which I know is for capital, there's $2.2 billion in it, and they only have like $1 billion identified as capital projects. So I thought that was a totally acceptable proposal, because otherwise, if you take money from somewhere else, you've got to replace it. So I thought that was a great proposal. I don't know why it was rejected. But ever since I've been the treasurer, Don, I've mentioned this before on your show, we have run a deficit every single year, and it's just not sustainable. I mean, it was covered by all the federal influx of dollars during COVID, but those days are gone. And so we have to get our spending under control, and, we have to generate more revenue. And, we're just not doing it. Pennsylvania should be leading the nation. We shouldn't be behind. We have the 5th largest tax burden, in the entire nation, and our seniors can't afford it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's my, so I've been talking about the fact I was off last week, so I'm sorry I missed your I know you were with Dom Giordano and Dan Borowski, and that was so cool, and I'm sorry I wasn't here to celebrate last Monday. But my husband and I, our family, we were moving my 18-year-old son, David, to North Carolina, off to college. And one thing I noticed, gas prices and just a lower cost of living, even, just everything. We were shopping and just lower prices and affordability, and people really talked about it. Just even with food, portions were bigger, all of that. Obviously, their power bills are lower to, warm or cool their households, that sort of thing. And so when I think about the South, how many people here that I personally know, Stacey Garrity, who left this area, the Northeast, let's say, not just Pennsylvania, and moved south. That's one of the reasons. So what are your strategies to get, to make sure that we don't lose valuable people who are here right now or lure them back? And how does your military experience, obviously you're Bronze Star, Legion of Merit, you're an awarded, decorated military veteran, but as well decades of business leadership, and now as Pennsylvania treasurer. So with your experience, how do you see, rebuilding Pennsylvania, making Pennsylvania great again?
Well, we need, when you look at natural gas, this is just one example of, in the United States, Pennsylvania has 25% of it. And so if you just look at the Marcellus Shale, we have $1 trillion of value just in public lands. So if we unleash what we have underneath our feet, and yes, we can do it and have clean air, clean water. That's, we know that our natural gas is the cleanest in the world. That would create tens and tens of thousands of jobs, billions and billions of dollars of economic opportunity for our communities, and it would give us some financial breathing room. And you know what? I travel to all 67 counties every single year, done it 5 years in a row. And you talk to parents, you talk to grandparents, they want opportunities for their kids, and they want those opportunities here in Pennsylvania. And right now, our kids don't stay because we don't have family-sustaining jobs. And like you said, people are leaving the Commonwealth. And so the other thing is we are overregulated. I was at Ag Progress Days a couple weeks ago at State College, and farmers were talking about took 3 years to get a permit just to build a barn. I mean, that's just ridiculous. And so there's so much we can do, but Pennsylvania needs to be open for business, and so that we can compete with our neighbors.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of it. I should point out, too, speaking about media coverage, and one thing I do notice, and that's why I focus on it, that in media coverage, I don't see as much that you are a decorated veteran, that your nickname, Angel of the Desert, for example, earning that title, because I'm thinking, wow, what if Stacey Garrett were a Democrat? First of all, Stacey Garrity were a Democrat. You would be on every magazine cover, and not just in Pennsylvania. It would be a national story, and, oh, she's an angel. That would be all over the place. And I promise you that. I'm not just saying that. That is the reality that you face as a conservative woman, as a Republican running for governor, right? And you know that. So how do you overcome that? And then as well, when I think about the fact, not just decorated military service, but then, that you rose from the accountant level at, a major company, becoming the first of, you were one of two, I believe, a female vice president at the company. So private sector, military service. I mean, wow, an amazing resume. I just imagine the coverage to myself. You'd be on The View. Have you been invited to The View?
No, I don't think The View will be inviting me on anytime soon. But yeah, you're absolutely correct. But you know what? I've been an underdog my whole life in the military, in the private sector. When I ran for the treasurer's office, I was not supposed to win. And so, I've been able to defeat those odds. People have underestimated me. We all know that, Governor Shapiro is incredibly polished. He's a great politician. He's a prolific fundraiser. But you know what? He's running to be president. And I think the people of Pennsylvania need somebody that wants to serve Pennsylvanians and not put politics ahead of Pennsylvanians. And that's what I've shown that I've done from day one. of being the state treasurer. I mean, my goodness, we've given back over $1 billion of unclaimed property people. We've reduced fees in the PA 529 by $22 million since I've been in office. And our PA ABLE, which is our program for people with disabilities, is the 5th largest in the entire nation.
You know, just looking at our comments, YouTube chat, and a lot of comments, but David and Sue's, they were talking about, what about more Doge? Is that something with regard to government efficiency that you would try to implement? And then from the executive branch, can you, I know that in the legislature they've tried to pass legislation on that, but looking at a bloated budget, what do you feel needs to be done to bring things in line?
Oh, my goodness. So just in my office alone, because we make every single payment in the Commonwealth, which is about 20 million payments a year, 3 payments a second, we stopped $1.7 billion in 1 year alone of improper payments from going out the door. And it resulted in true savings, because a lot of that gets, corrected and kicked back out, of $88 million. And so that's just in my agency. And so if you're the governor's office, I don't think you need legislation passed. You have to tell everybody, examine all your contracts, look at them, and take out waste. Because in the private sector, every year we had to look for productivity improvements. Why aren't we doing that in the public sector? And we can absolutely do that. And if everybody can find 10%, then we're well on our way to, to fixing the deficit.
Yeah, and it's so important. I wanted to ask you and maybe you've already addressed this, but I was off last week. So before I left, I was looking at this document by attorneys general as we continue the conversation with Stacey Garrity, our treasurer in Pennsylvania, announcing to run for governor of Pennsylvania. And even though she won't say it, I'll say it, would be the first, woman, female governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's would be an incredible feat. But Governor Josh Shapiro had signed on with attorneys general from across the nation. And this has to do with transgender issues and those invasive treatments, for example, of children. What are your views of that? First of all, I will tell you, I was surprised because his name is the only name. Everybody else, it says the state of so on, the state of so his name stands out, and it's V. Trump. So going directly head to head with President Trump with regard to supporting, in other words, this has to do with support of girls in sports, but those treatments of children that are surgical, in other words. Where do you stand on that issue?
Well, I'm pretty clear about that. I don't think we need to make it easy for kids to, mutilate their body parts. I think it's ridiculous. I mean, think about it. A 14-year-old, they can't even decide what they want to have for dinner. You're going to let kids decide that, if they want to chop off their body parts. The other thing that he went against is he supports trans competing against our girls and our women in sports. And he came out and said that, and I think that's also ridiculous. Why aren't we protecting our girls?
Yes, and that's something I wanted. I don't know if this will happen. I will predict that perhaps it will. Somebody like Riley Gaines, Paula Scanlon, who I've gotten to know because they were here a lot speaking to this very issue across the suburbs, especially in Harrisburg and Montgomery County, locally in, Chester County, Bucks County. I mean, they were really, this was an issue that a lot of parents were really curious as far as what to do, because I think parents were perplexed over this. Parents of girls who, even I know some who, I'll be honest with you, Stacey Garrity, they pulled their daughters out of public schools because they were just concerned about it and put them in private, which was a real financial, that's tough when you're not planning on it. So for you as a Pennsylvania governor, your stance is 100%. I just want to be clear on this issue. Where do you stand on girls being forced to compete against biological males in locker rooms, in bathrooms, with those biological males. Where do you stand on this issue? I lose her? Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
We lost her right there.
There we go.
Oh, sorry.
no,
I'm so
I'm here.
sorry. We couldn't hear your answer.
We had a muting situation.
Yes,
Sorry
I'm
about
so
that.
sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
But
So,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, to be very clear, biological males will not be competing against our girls and our women in sports. And it's not just a matter of safety, it's a matter of privacy. They should not be in their locker rooms. I mean, that's terrible, and we should be protecting our girls.
Yeah, it's a shame that we have, it's almost like a Monty Python bit from, it's a shame that we have to even say this. And, we've all talked about this. There can be a lane for everybody that empowers everybody, and that's not against anybody. It's what I hear you saying, that it's really about supporting and empowering girls and women and their privacy rights, as well as their rights to compete, at a fair level.
That's exactly right. I mean, why are we not protecting our girls? And it has nothing to do about trans at all. It's about the biological males should not be competing against girls and women in sports. I mean, and they shouldn't be in their locker rooms. That's ridiculous.
So for you, as you now will be campaigning, as you will be taking on Governor Josh Shapiro, what do you say about the school choice issue? It's amazing to me that this was one of his key campaign promises. You don't hear about it. Where do you stand on, and how do you feel about school choice issues and fixing our schools and raising those performance level, I hate to say the scores, because it's not just about the test, but really raising just the quality of education?
We spend $2 billion more since Josh Shapiro took office a year on education, and only 50% of our kids can read and write. And so obviously it's not working, because I look at things through a lens of return on investment, and that's just not a great return on investment. Mm-hmm. So I don't think your zip code should determine your kid's education, and I think we have to put parents back in the driver's seat of their kids' education. And it's not a one-size-fits-all. Yeah. And so I'm 100% for school choice.
And, and I'm not sure about this, but is there another governor who you have, met with, or who you admire, who you would say, I'm going to take this little piece or this idea from this governor, that governor? I mean, this is an executive, somebody that you have worked in the private sector as an executive, as a vice president of a major, and it was an accounting, firm. But I'll put it out, industry leaders as well as governors, who do you look to as sort of a model for the nation that you like some of their ideas, whether it's in the public or private sector?
I've been looking at Arkansas, so Sarah Huckabee Sanders, she adopted school choice, but she also increased salaries for teachers. And so she did a little bit for everybody, and I think that's a pretty good model. Florida does a really good job. So I think, that competition is great. I think we can start with, like we tried to with Lifeline scholarships, where we tackle the bottom 15% performing school districts and give those parents an option. Because you know what? Governor Shapiro might be able to play political games with education, but our kids just can't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's something that's so important to say, because I think even if we say, well, we're going to fix things in the future, we have a 5-year plan for a child who's in school, we've talked about this, every month is a huge chunk, a percentage of their life and their learning loss. And we've already seen that with Governor Wolf, somebody you took on as far as somebody who banned children from the classroom and believed in that, among other philosophies.
You've been listening to Stacey Garrity, the newly declared candidate for governor of Pennsylvania, Republican side of things. Talking with Dawn Stensland, that was earlier this week on Monday. But I wanted to get in some SEPTA conversation and to hear from Stacey now that she's officially declared. That was Stacey Garrity, Dawn Stensland on Monday, and The Dawn Show, brought to you by Kitchen Magic. Your dream kitchen or bath starts with family. The Kitchen Magic family at Kitchen Magic. They're a second-generation family-owned company with over 45 years of experience remodeling kitchens and baths. They proudly make their own cabinets in the USA, so they're tariff-proof and built to last. And right now, you can save up to 30% off cabinets through August. Choose the experts your neighbors trust, Kitchen Magic. Call or visit kitchenmagic.com to schedule your free consultation. Coming up after the break, we're actually going to head to the Dom Giordano program early, where we'll be joined by Tony, Bruno, and Miss Robin for a quick update on Dawn. Dawn just fell a little under the weather, and that happens when you do as much work as she does, the beautiful woman doing 6 hours a day. Sometimes things happen. So we'll be back after the break with some Tony, Bruno, and Robin Austin. Hang right there.
Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
Temperatures remain below average as we head through the upcoming holiday weekend. Today, partly sunny skies, still very comfortable with a high of around 80 degrees. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy skies and cool, low 59 for the city, a bit cooler out in the suburbs. And for Friday, chance for an early morning shower, otherwise partly sunny, very pleasant with a high near 80.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Shopping for an engagement ring can feel a lot like shopping for a used car. You walk in, you're not sure who to trust, and you're wondering if you're getting the real deal or a good sales pitch. That's why people are turning to Family & Company Jewelers. They're changing the game with full transparency, no pressure, no commissions, and now every piece of jewelry in the showcase has the price right there on display. No surprises, no haggling, just real value from our friends at Family & Company Jewelers, doing things right. Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey.
If your dog makes you itch, it isn't hair. It's CAN-F1 and 2. And dust mite flare-ups? That's Derpy 1 and 2. Pathogen sprays go after the allergens themselves. Whisker Block for dog dander, EnviroBlock for dust. Spray surfaces and rooms to neutralize allergens and help cut the sneezing, itching, and fog. Safe for the whole household. Buy Pathogen online at Pathogen.com today. Pathogen.com. Pathogen.com. For a home that finally feels livable.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Good morning. It's the extended edition of the Dom Show. Tony Bruno. Hey, and we hope Dawn feels better. And Big Dan Borowski, the great producer, with his Raptor hat on today. And, of course, the other great people who are making the show happen, Henry Machette and Sean Sereno. Is it Sereno or Sereno? Sereno. That's fun to say. Here. It's a pleasure to be here as we get ready for Labor Day weekend. So much going on today. We'll cover everything for you. It looks like the two sides are going to get together, which we all knew was going to happen. Why don't you do this before it gets down to the 11th hour? We know what this budget is for transportation and for other things. We know. Why does it always have to come down to the last moment? We'll talk about today. Plus, this is the one thing that pains me, Robin, more than anything else. As a guy who started out as a young punk kid who was a journalism at Temple University back in the 1969 era, to see how far the media has fallen over these 50-something years, closer to 60, is probably the most unusual thing that I could never have predicted. It's simple. 5 W's. We'll get after the horrific incidents in Minneapolis and the fact that there are people at the New York Times. I'm not talking about the South Philadelphia Review. I'm not talking about local newspapers in your neighborhood. I'm talking about the New York Times. And after what happened yesterday, the New York Times not making this up. The suspect knew his target, but the motive is still a mystery. Imagine writing that down, writing a column about that in the newspaper of record, and then hit print. Suspect, target. But the motive, believe it or not, Robin, is still a mystery.
Because apparently the New York Times cannot read because the shooter spelled it out in a wonderful manifesto.
And not only that, the manifesto went on, and I didn't watch it. I don't like. Although the guy pretty much told us what happened to him, but the part of the story that all of these people who are blaming, white supremacy. Yeah, he's a white guy, a mentally disturbed white guy who was, and I blamed it. Robin and I got into this yesterday. I blame his parents. Because the parents were the ones that told this kid in the boy's body, yeah, let's go have the operation. Let's get a sex change operation. The mother and father signed off on it. And I'm not going to bash trans people or LGBTQ. That's not what this is about. This is about the corrupt media who doesn't want you to know that this kid was mentally ill. And it's sad. Nobody's sad. Nobody's happy. Imagine to go through the rest of their lives knowing what they did to their son that drove them to the point that they allowed him to become trans and say he was a woman. And then all of a sudden, sit down one day, get all these guns, and then commit a heinous crime. And he spelled out what his ABC News, there's the mayor who first blamed prayer and then says, don't blame the trans community. Listen, I don't want to blame anybody. I want to put the blame where it belongs. A person killed young kids in school. And somebody made this great point today. And by the way, the dead suspect, Robin Westman, he was tired of being trans. These are his quotes, not mine. This isn't a media. This isn't my opinion. I was tired of being trans. I wish I never brainwashed myself. If that, of all the things that he said, and we know what he said, and we know he hated Jews, and he hated pretty much everybody.
Here's the...
This is him, her, whatever. Well, you can identify him as whatever you want.
He never transitioned.
Okay, so he's still a biological male who just changed his name from Robert to Robin.
Correct.
And you can see all the magazines, and he has all the different people he wanted dead. And he, by the way, story right now, and I don't want to make this an all-day thing again, We know what happened. Just look at the facts first. Don't read the New York Times. Don't watch any of the news channels. They put on people who just don't have a clue. So get the facts and then make up your own mind. And again, I don't want to bash trans people. I wrote this yesterday, and it was right on. If some kid goes into a synagogue and shoots up Jewish people in a house of worship, they're anti-Semitic, right? Mm-hmm. That's a fact.
Yes.
You're not going into a synagogue to shoot up worshipers because you like Jews. If it's somebody that goes into a mosque and shoots up a mosque, that person is an Islamophobe, right? And they should be branded as an Islamophobe, right?
Correct.
So guy goes in, troubled kid, again, goes into a synagogue, shoots it up. He's an anti-Semite, Islamophobe if you go in and kill Muslim people worshiping. But a confused guy who, with the help of his parents, was meant to believe that he really was a woman in a man's body and allowed him to change his name. He goes into a school, which he went to, which his mom worked at. And he didn't go into a school. He went to a church, which is right next door to the school, as is the case for many Catholic schools.
Right.
This is Catholic school,
grounds,
and then the church is right next door. I mean, the Annunciation Church in South Philly, right around, I think they've closed now. So many of the churches in big cities have to consolidate because there's not enough parishioners anymore. And again, I'm not preaching Catholicism. I'm a Christian. I'm a Catholic. So this isn't about religion to me. This is about mental illness. And that's what people refuse to acknowledge. So this guy goes in and shoots up kids, little kids in church. And all of a sudden, don't blame him because of his mental condition. You got to blame the guns. It's the guns that went out there and wrote all those manuscripts and posted pictures. And then there's this clown on ABC saying that didn't even mention that one of his targets was Trump, kill Trump. This guy wanted to kill everybody. So he didn't like anybody. Is there anybody? I didn't watch the whole thing because this kind of stuff, even though I'm fascinated by the mind of mentally ill people.
Baby. Why so?
Yeah, there's so much of this stuff. Listen to this guy.
Yeah,
Where is your God?
He was very, very disturbed. And now
we talked about this yesterday, and you said, well, how are the parents supposed to know?
No,
this is a 23-year-old, not a grown man.
Look, I remember my kids hiding quite a few things from me.
Did they hide the magazines and guns in your house?
They hid some other stuff that I found out about later. But yes, the parents absolutely are partially to blame. But I also feel at the same time for these parents because they are told that this is the only way that they can keep their child.
If you're a smart parent, you should know. You can't say, I know, little Robert, I know you don't think that you're a man and you're trapped in a woman's body. This is what grooms these kids. When he acknowledges that he was tired of being trans, that means he was told that he was in the wrong body.
Yes.
And by the way, this kid didn't transition. So he didn't go through all the chemical castration and all the gender affirming care. He didn't even go through that. He was still a dude who wanted to be.
We don't know if he took any chemicals. Like, we don't know if he took any testosterone or estrogen pills.
His name and his parents signed off on it, okay? As a minor, by the way, not as an adult.
Yes.
If you're an adult, you can do whatever the hell you want. You can cut off your body parts. You can be a whack job as long as you're not hurting anybody. So we'll get into this some more, too. But we got a lot of stuff. John Bolaris, my good buddy from way back in the day, he's going to join us a little later on. He, too, has fled to Florida. I didn't flee to Florida. We didn't flee. We just moved down here because this is where I wanted to retire.
Yeah,
so we can get into that.
This is Philadelphia's retirement community.
Yes, it is. Or it's like having a house at the shore in New Jersey when you live in Philly.
2-hour flight. It's not. I mean, it's like driving.
It's closer to fly from Philadelphia to Fort Myers Airport than it is to drive from
or faster
Lower Gwinnett down to Wildwood or Cape May. It's basically the same thing.
Exactly.
Except you're not sitting in traffic on the Atlantic City Expressway.
And actually,
listen, I went through that year after year. It's a rite of passage. The weekend comes, you have a boat or you have a house at the shore. You jump on early. When I was working in the mornings at the old WCAU, I would leave at 10 a.m. and start heading to the shore to try to beat the shore traffic so I didn't have to get stuck, on the Garden State Parkway. But you live in Philly, you know the routes that people go every single weekend. And now this is the final weekend, unofficial weekend of the summer. So we got a lot to talk about today. Phone lines 855-839-1210 if you would like to participate. We'll have the Money Melody coming up at 2:15. Fabulous, fabulous prizes, kids. And this is a great prize pack. We'll tell you more about that as we get started. It's the Dom Show, sitting in here for Dawn on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturday evenings at 5 and Sunday mornings at 9, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house. They transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Back in here a little early, but we will continue on till 3 o'clock this afternoon. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin Austin, live from Florida, as Dom Giordano, Dawn hopefully feels better, heads home, gets some rest. Nobody works harder than Dawn. No. Except maybe Phil Almquist. Would you say that that's the case?
Phil went to a 9 Inch Nails concert last night. Got done with the concert.
Phil went to a 9 Inch Nails concert.
He did, yeah. Got done at like 11:30 midnight. Then did the cut sheet, pulled 50+ cuts for the morning show. I don't know when he slept, and was here before I got here, probably around like 4:30 this morning. Yeah,
he is. This guy is hell of a worker.
Dawn is correct. He's a vampire.
He is a vampire.
I think so.
Yeah. The world is a vampire. Well, 9 Inch Nails, one of my favorite songs, of course. So they have to do that, right? The one, the Animal song? Isn't that really their biggest hit?
I don't know. But
you know what I'm talking about,
Yeah, I know what you're
right?
talking about. I'm just can
yeah.
I get a clean version of it is the question.
Do they play that at the beginning and then again at the end? Do they come out for an encore of Animal? It's got one of the great beats.
No,
Closers is called, right?
Well, is a vampire because he also never gets sick.
Yeah,
Like
Phil, he should donate his brain and body to science.
We need to figure out what keeps him ticking and give it as.
Phil, if you still happen to
vitamin
be in the
for everybody
building,
else.
come over here because I want to hear your defense because I agree
It's
with
not a
that.
defense, we're heaping mad praise
I
on the
agree.
guy.
I'm in lockstep with you. The guy's a vampire. I think you're.
I don't understand. He doesn't sleep. Tony and I, when was it a year ago at Christmas, when we went up there, we filled in for the entire week. At the end of the week, we were sick as dogs. I was running a fever. I think Tony was as well. And he volunteered to take us in his car to the airport.
No.
To the airport in
Are you
Wilmington,
serious?
Delaware.
Yeah. What a guy.
He drove us all the way to Delaware.
But seeing the state that you guys were in, hell no. I'm not putting you in my car with me.
Exactly. And we're like, are
He's
you
immune.
sure?
He's immune. I believe he is a modern medical marvel.
He is.
He should be, I don't want to say he should be put in the Mutter Museum because the Mutter Museum is pretty weird. But if they take his brain, have you been to the Mutter Museum?
Oh, yeah,
it's
giant
Mutter
colon.
Museum.
Yeah.
They got the
Three-headed
world's
people
largest
and Phil
colon.
Lundquist.
They have drawers filled with things that people
It was
stuck up their
the doctor's
behind.
laboratory.
I mean,
It
it's
was a
weird.
doctor's science museum. And I recommend, forget about going to the Liberty Bell and the Rocky statue. If you're a tourist go to the Mutter Museum. It's right off the Parkway. And I took Robin there one day.
It is fascinating.
The colon is pretty amazing to me. I thought I was that colon a couple of weeks ago when I was sick. The giant colon in the Mutter Museum had nothing on me when I had this stomach distress. But anyway, enough about that. Now, Henry Michette and Sean Sereno, right?
Sereno.
I got to put it See, I got to.
Sereno.
Not Sorrento.
No, not
So-
Sorrento.
Sorrino. Ay, papi. Anyway, Henry will get in here. Sean will get in here. Dan, now are you going to go home or are you hanging out?
I need some sleep, Tony, or else I'm going to end up like Dawn myself.
Yeah, I heard about you too. You don't sleep much either, right?
No, but these guys put me to shame, both Dawn and Phil. So I'm just filling in for the week. These do it. They do it 24/7. So yeah, but I'll be going home and taking a nap. But I as I said in the chat yesterday, I sincerely am disappointed that I don't get to work with Tony, Bruno, the Miss Robin. You guys are both two of my favorites to work with. So have a great
thanks.
show.
Everybody at 1210 WPHT has been great to us. That's family there. That's Philly. That's my home. Philly will always be my home. That's what people don't understand. Why did you move to Florida then? Why do you hate Philly so much? I hate Philly. There's nobody listening to the show. Well, there probably are who are more Philly than I am. I've said this before. I guarantee you there's very few people in the media, in City Hall, in City Council, working for the government who've used public transportation more than I have. I had my own SEPTA senior pass. As soon as I turned 65, I said, I'm getting one of them some bitches. I earned it. Now, Robin and I were on SEPTA almost every day.
Yeah.
If we had to go to Center City, like to go get a driver's license to go to the court or go to PPA to get screwed over for another ticket, we always would jump on the Broad Street subway or the bus on Broad Street, get off at City Hall and walk around. So we're coming right back. We'll just get this show officially started. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, in for the Dom Show starting right now on 1210 WPHT.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosted Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
In love with your car, but it's near the end of its lease? Hoping to avoid the headache of having to find a new one? With an auto lease buyout from American Heritage Credit Union, stay in your reliable set of wheels and make the most of your car's value. With this smart cost savings option, you'll enjoy no payments for the first 2 months and a low rate. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto to get started. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Listen up, football fans. You won't be at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
Officially now, as it is Thursday afternoon, the Memorial Day, Labor. I always confuse Memorial Day with Labor. I know the difference. Memorial Day obviously is in May, the start of the summer, unofficial, and Labor Day is the unofficial end of the summer. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, filling in for the great Dom Giordano, Henry Machette, and Sean Sorino.
That sounds like a city that I want to go visit in Italy somewhere.
Well, that's Sorrento, Robin. Come on. Or that's where they make the cheese. That's where they make the cheese that you put on. By the way, I whipped up a quick dip. Robin wasn't feeling well last night.
No, it wasn't that. It's just I really
didn't
not
want to cook. So I said, you know what? I'm a pretty good cook too. You're an Italian guy. You grew up around an Italian mother. You got to learn how to make the chicken cutlets. You got to learn how to make the gravy. You know what I mean? You got to know those things. Well, you're pretty much an American. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, no, I can do.
No,
all
Robin's
those.
a great cook.
I'm a great cook. I just didn't feel like cooking last night. I've been like.
But I'm saying, Robin, we have to eat. We have to eat.
You know what the worst part of cooking is? Is
What?
somebody that does the most cooking is coming up with what to cook. That's
Yes.
my whole. That's like the worst thing. It's like, oh, what am I gonna? Once I make the decision, it's fine. And I didn't feel like making any decisions last night. And I told Tony, "You're it. Tag, you're it." And
I whipped out the pot. I put the shells in there. I didn't use our tap water because you heard the water story yesterday. We're getting a new filtration system. So we buy gallons of filtered water, purified water, or distilled water, or spring water, whatever's on sale. And so we use a gallon of spring water or distilled water. And so I put the pasta on the stove, which works. And then I cooked it. Then I got out a big casserole, strained it, did not use the local water again, and then boom, all of a sudden I'm whipping out a jar of good pasta sauce. Bertolli, but it was the mushroom one.
Yeah, the mushroom one. It was very good.
Mushroom, and then I bam! You got to kick it up a notch. You got to put the seasoning.
Tony zhuzhed it.
You got you zhuzh it. You got to put
zhuzhed
the
it up.
garlic. You got to get the Trinity in there. You know, not the Holy Trinity. If somebody says that, you may get shot. But I digress. So I whipped it up and put it in the oven. Bam, put the convection on. And that baby was ooey gooey goodness. You got to get the fresh ricotta in there. You can put the dabs of ricotta. You don't just mix the ricotta in like mush. You get the ricotta and you start taking them out with hands, and then you put them in
Little
bunches.
clumps.
Little clumps. And then you put the mozzarella and the Parmigiano Reggiano shredded on the top there, and bam, you stick it in that oven, and then it comes out and it's bubbly and it's gooey. That's the way I like it. I have all kinds of cravings, but there's no bigger craving, Robin, than ooey gooey pasta al forno.
See.
Are you following me now? Henry, are you a pasta al forno guy? Because when I go to an Italian restaurant and they don't have al forno is simple. You make a pasta dish, you put cheese on top, you stick it in the alligator. What's the thing called? Not the alligator.
No.
What is it called?
Salamander.
The salamander. You know that that's what they call The short ovens in restaurants?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, it's called the salamander. I don't know why.
And Tony can never.
I always think
remember.
about salamander. Who came up with an idea to call a kitchen oven where the meal that you put in that you want to have, quickly zhuzhed up, as Robin would say,
Yes.
and you want it to be bubbly and creamy and al forno. That's what al forno means, in the oven. You know what I'm saying?
It's pretty much the same thing as a broiler.
Yeah, a broiler.
Yeah.
But in a restaurant, they're making multiple meals. So they put it in there, and then they get it ooey gooey. That's what I like.
Yes.
Ooey gooey. Who doesn't like it?
According to Tony, there can never be too much cheese.
You're absolutely right.
No, there's
I
three
agree.
things. Well, four things. Four things. There can never be too much cheese, too much wine, too much chocolate,
Or
too
too
much
much
sex. Those are the four.
Those are the four. Those are the four things to live by. By the way, I just got on my social media account at Tony Bruno Show on Twitter, X. If you want to follow at Tony Bruno Show, yes, tomorrow we'll be on again for the Dom Show, but tomorrow a doubleheader, Robin, for the first time in months. And people have been saying, Tony, when are you going to do the Friday night shows again? And we keep telling them once we get into the new house, we get the studio set up, we know that it sounds good and we know that it works. We will absolutely positively start doing the Into the Night show on Friday nights. So tomorrow we'll do noon to 3 for Dom, and then we'll sit around. I'll make another big pasta dish. I'll fire up the new grill outside. We may do it from outside tomorrow.
No, we will not.
Why not?
Because I just got all the
I
equipment
want to
put
sit
in here.
outside. There's no better
No.
weekend shot. Remember when we lived
Here's
in
another
Philly
reason
and
why
I
we're-
took a grill
Yes.
outside on Memorial Day weekend?
I can give you
we invited people to come by on Sigel Street in South Philly, and I was cooking for people.
I can give you several reasons why we will not be doing it from
Why?
outside.
Give me one
One of
good
the
excuse.
biggest reason is that we do not have a cage over our lanai yet, and I will not sit out there and get.
There's not going to be any bugs when I fire up the grill. When I fire up the what's the thing called again, Robin?
Blackstone.
The Blackstone. And I got the sizzling onions, and then I put some of the great steak on there, make some smash burgers, make some, oh, man, it's going to be crazy, crazy good, folks. I feel like Emeril Lagasse again. And I'll be throwing in bam, bam.
Now,
oh, man, I'm telling you, I'm doing it, Rob. I'm going outside. You're taking the camera outside.
I will.
Who's in charge right now, Robin? Who's running the show? Whose show is this?
Well, it's your show, but I'm running it.
Actually, it's the Dom show. We're just filling it.
Well, tomorrow night will be your show, but I will be running, and I will. You can stand outside and get eaten by mosquitoes. I will film.
You got to do what's necessary to do. It's the holiday weekend, Robin.
Yeah. No.
What do people do on Labor Day weekend, Robin? What do they do?
Grill.
They grill, and then they spend time with friends. We'll open a bottle of wine. We'll bring out some cold beer, whatever you need. Because, by the way, it's football season as of this weekend.
Yes, but you know what? I will stay in here with Melania.
Oh, you stay in here with Melania.
But people were asking us who the cardboard cutout is. So let me show you really quick.
Can you do a zoom in on Melania? Although I think Melania and other people jinxed the Phillies if they went to New York and got absolutely swept out. There she is. Nobody puts Melania in the corner, even Vogue magazine, who don't want to put her on the cover.
So right now she's wearing a Phillies hat. It switched a little bit, but it is
Now it
Philly
looks
hat.
like a horror movie.
Yeah,
She doesn't sneak up on me from behind
and then
pull out a knife.
I am going to put an Eagles jersey on her. We need to get some flyers on there somehow.
I got all
She's
that kind of paraphernalia, yeah.
We're gonna Philly her out. We're gonna Philify? No, that doesn't sound right.
We don't have to go to the Rocky statue.
Phillies
Put on
though?
a different things when people do when they come into Philly and they put a Redskin jersey on. Yes, I'm still calling them the Redskins. By the way, Mike Ferran, Squatchman2, who's following me on X, as you can as well, says, hey, Tony, is 1210 or Odyssey editing your show? When you start talking, there's a pause as you start talking about sensitive subjects. Let's go to the studio where the show is controlled. Are you guys editing for content now when I discuss sensitive subjects?
Yes, we're censoring you at all times, Tony. No.
I was just checking. People are asking. They have questions.
It is, and it's a fair question. No, it's just an internet thing, an internet connection thing. Sometimes it drops off for a split second there. You might cut out for a second or two, and that just tends what happens when we're doing these shows over Zoom.
Okay. So I want to see people have questions. They think I'm afraid to ask the tough questions. No.
Tony's never afraid to ask anything.
I ain't afraid of nothing.
No,
You understand?
and he's not afraid to say anything, which is why Henry and anybody else has their finger on the dump button. What they don't understand, we're having worked with Tony for so many years, he will walk right up to the line.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think in all the years, in the 16 plus years that I've worked with Tony, I think maybe the dump button would have been required twice, tops.
Wow, I
And
think I've
he-
needed it more for myself.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
they
people
did for
realize
me, but not for him.
Because like most people, especially Italian Americans, who grew up in the city, as soon as the mic's off, you got to learn. As soon as the mic's off, you're just going to curse and say stuff and be your normal self.
Get it out of
I
your
my
system.
normal self when I'm on the air, but I know you can't drop F-bombs and things of that because we're still over the air and the FCC still, looks at that stuff and finds you if you do stuff like that. So I understand the line. I don't cross the line. I walk the line. And what other line shows? I can do all the line dances. What's your favorite line dance? Well, we got to take a break. We're coming right back. And we got all kinds of stuff. Open lines, if you want to check on in. John Bolaris is going to join us coming up. The Money Melody at 2:15. You know what you could win today? 4. How many tickets? 4 tickets to next weekend's Atlantic City in-water boat show at the Golden Nugget Marina, formerly the Trump Marina, formerly the Atlantic City Marina, formerly the Guido Marina, formerly the Nunzio Marina. You know where it is. Right at the tip of Atlantic City before you get up there to bring. You know where it is. But anyway, we're just getting started. We got a conspiracy theory. I hate conspiracy theories, but this one is pretty odd. We'll talk about that coming up next as we just get this party started. It's
calls,
Thursday.
like it's open phone line. So if you
Open
want
phone America.
yes, if you want to call in and talk to us, you have a comment, a rant, whatever.
Dedication, shout out, reminiscences.
You can call 855-839-1210. And the lovely, who's answering the phone, Henry? Are you doing that?
No, that would be our producer, Sean Serino.
Yep.
The lovely Sean
The
Serino.
lovely Sean Serino will be answering the phone.
I appreciate you
And
guys.
Sean, are you lovely?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm very nice. Sort of, kind of.
Are you dark and lovely, by the way? 'Cause I love dark and lovely.
Dark and lovely, baby. The darker the berry, the sweeter the juice.
See, that's the way Tony said he always wanted his women, and he got half.
Exactly. I got the original cracker from Cracker Barrel.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We're coming right back. It's Tony Bruno and Miss Robin on the Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
They booed Santa Claus.
Booed Santa Claus. We have cheesesteaks. Rocky ran up the steps, and that's it. Kale and Company doesn't exist. Dawn Stensland's Emmys on television are not a thing. It's just about Santa, Rocky, and cheesesteaks. We worship New York, and Philadelphia's an armpit. Philadelphia's known for 3 things. Come on, Clay. Expect more out of you. By the way, the audio. Never interview somebody on a plane. Yeah, sounds terrible.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
My name is Stephen Ridgey, originally from Little Falls, New Jersey. My wife went to some of the crash-proof events, and what the wife is interested in, naturally, the husband has to be interested in. So I went, and I was intrigued, and I decided to pursue it further. And since then, I don't worry about money at all anymore. In 2025, I got 6.5%. That 6.5% is mine. There are no fees. And today, we had a very productive meeting. For 2026, I may only make 5.5% if the market dies and crashes. But I also have the ability to make 15, 17% if the market roars. I know Jerseyans are skeptical. We always are about every little thing. But believe me, I can't thank my wife enough for bringing me to crash-proof retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Tony Bruno, Ms. Robin, in for Dom on the Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Now, Robin, are you monitoring the phone lines? Because, as I say, I've got too much going on here.
Well, the fabulous Sean is.
Well, I know that. Do we have people on the line? Because I don't want to have people waiting like an hour on the line.
I'm monitoring my text messages to make sure that I don't miss anything like I did yesterday.
By the way, I mentioned there's a conspiracy theory going on.
Yes.
I don't like conspiracy theories, but this one is kind of weird. It's not getting any airplay right now. We like to jump on stories before they become like 5 days old and everybody's rehashed it over and over again. Now, of course, the creepy governor of Minnesota, and I've said this a million times, I've been to Minnesota many, many times. In fact, the last time we were there, Robin and I were there at the Super Bowl when the Eagles won the Super Bowl. So Minnesota, for Philadelphians, will always be the site where the Philadelphia Eagles won their very first Super Bowl.
Everybody there that lived there was so nice. The government of Minnesota does not reflect the people.
No. And the government of Minnesota, by the way, is not the government of Minnesota from like 20 years ago. The government of Minnesota, and listen, the people vote for whoever they want, and they put people in power that are absolute scum of the earth. Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, is personally responsible for a lot of the violence that's going on there. He said it. But here's the most bizarre thing. So get Governor Tim Walz. I have to send this to you. He posted something because he loves to go to the Minnesota State Fair, right? The Minnesota State Fair is going on right now. And if you've been to any state fair, whether it's Pennsylvania up in Hershey, state fairs, Atlantic City, New Jersey, wherever it is, state fair is a big deal, right? Amusement parks and rides and food and everything that's, deep fried. They throw it in anything.
Deep fried
deep fried
Kool-Aid.
chicken paws, right? So Tim Walz the other day, I'm not making this up. This is on social media on his official account. He says I have to send you can you pull this? Because I didn't send it to you. I know it's not in the file.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
So pizza, cheese curd, tacos. Now, as you know, to me, it's more of a Wisconsin thing. Cheese curds basically were invented in Wisconsin. That's where you get them at the Green Bay Packer games. Cheese curds, If you go to
They weren't
Culver's.
invented because cheese curds have been around since the day of cheese making.
But I'm saying if you say cheese curd,
yes,
the most people will say Wisconsin. You go to a Packer game. Cheese curds are everywhere. I mean, you can get them anywhere now, but cheese curds basically are a Wisconsin thing. But they sell them everywhere at State Fair. Anything you can throw in boiling oil, you can cook. So Tim Walz, the day before the psycho killer decided to shoot up a church full of Catholic school kids on their first day of class, you have this. I want you to play it because I don't want people to think I'm a conspiracy theory. It's a short clip.
Give me one more minute here. I'm trying to move it to our video.
So one of the things he was not ranting, but praising about the Minnesota State Fair is pizza, cheese, curd, tacos. And he says, pizza, cheese, curd, tacos, enough said. Then, all of a sudden, he was asked, the guy who was the killer apparently had a social media account that used pizza cheese curd. The same guy.
Interesting.
Interesting?
What could that mean?
Conspiracy?
I don't know.
Got it when you're ready.
All right. This is Tim Walz, the governor and could have been our vice president. Thank God he's not. At the State Fair on August 25th, which was Monday. Let's go to the tape.
Pizza, cheese curd tacos. All right, here we go. Pizza, cheese curd tacos. Hey, Minnesota. Pizza, cheese curd taco. Wisconsin, do you hear that? Pizza, cheese curd taco. Not just cheese curd, not just plain boring cheese curd. Pizza, cheese curd taco. Pretty flaky, looks pretty good. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good to me.
Yep, that's a winner.
Oh, yeah.
Cheese curd.
Actually, I would eat that.
Of course, anybody would. If it's deep fried, you need a roach if it's deep fried. If you don't know there's a roach under there.
Cheese curd tacos.
Ew.
Backside bite.
Okay, so at this point, there's nothing else other than him talking about
Right.
cheese
You
curd
notice
taco.
how often he repeats the
Yes.
term pizza, cheese curd
You know what I
taco.
did?
He says it like 20 times, right?
Yeah.
And now apparently one of these social media accounts of the now dead lunatic psycho killer, he used pizza, cheese curd taco
as
his handle. So is that now in the world of conspiracy theories? Was that a signal
of some kind
to trigger this guy to go out and do because he was brainwashed? Remember, the kid admits in his dossier or his manifesto that he was tired of being trans. I wish I was never brainwashed. Those are quotes. That's not me making it up again. So I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I just look for facts. But I got to find the other clip because I'm not making this up. There was a clip of this kid's social media account.
Well, wouldn't it depend on when he created that handle?
The point is, he was saying pizza, cheese curd tacos, the governor, on Monday the 5th at the Minnesota State Fair. On Wednesday, the 27th, 2 days later, he goes and shoots up a school. Again, I'm not a big conspiracy theory guy, but how is this guy use the same name that the governor repeatedly said at the state fair? Did it activate him to go and kill?
I mean, like a psyop? Like he
Not
heard
a psyop. Maybe it was
heard the
because
trigger
the kid
word?
said he was brainwashed.
Yeah. He heard the trigger word and it
Again,
made
I'm not
him do stuff?
confirming that that's what happened. I'm just telling you that the coincidence is uncanny. Why would he repeat it that many times? Right?
I don't know.
I got to find the other one. I'm not making this up. I want because I don't like to throw stuff out there. Here it is. People are saying this was an MK Ultra activation.
Oh, I know those.
So here it is.
What is an MK Ultra activation?
MK Ultra is like this guy, the government.
Yeah, it was like a CIA program in like
it's
the
a
60s
CIA
or 70s.
brainwashing app.
Where somebody hears a trigger word like
Yeah, I feel like you've
popcorn.
seen it in like movies
okay,
almost.
yeah,
where
okay.
you get the trigger word turns you into kind
But
of.
I know that they've really done that.
the
I
Winter
mean, I know
Soldier.
that. They
when you brainwash somebody, there's a trigger word. You know, it's like in the movie The Naked Gun when OJ hears "must kill the queen." Remember that scene? And then Reggie Jackson, the Angels outfielder in the movie, says "must kill the queen." Somebody activates it, and that's what basically is MK Ultra. Although Reggie was good, but Ricardo Montalban was the best. I mean, Dr. Pap Schmier. I mean, how can you forget that? So here it is. This is the alleged Twitter X account of the killer. Officer Gas Mask, spicy cheese curd. Spicy cheese curd. Is that a trigger warning?
Well,
pizza, cheese curd, tacos, spicy cheese curd.
I think in this case, it's a coincidence.
Coincidence?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think
tend
it's
to
a
lean
coincidence. I tend to lean coincidence, but there is no doubt that this kid was heavily influenced by the environment where they're promoting mental illness. They are encouraging mental illness. And
when the killer who laid it all out there in his manifesto then says in it, before he killed himself, I was tired of being trans. I wish I was never brainwashed. Then you have, and Charlie Kirk, I like Charlie Kirk. I'm not a sycophant, but he had an absolute dead-on comment today. He says, if you're 8 years old, I want to find his exact quote.
Yeah, if you're 18 years old
and you want to change your identity. Now remember, this person did not go through the transition, the whole thing. He did not have a sex change.
The quote is, if you're 18 years old and you feel like you're born in the wrong body, then you have a mental illness.
Right.
If you are 8 years old and you feel like you are born in the wrong body, then your parent has a mental illness.
Exactly. And I said this to you yesterday, Robin, and you were trying to defend the. Listen, I don't want to.
I'm not defending.
This family's going to have to live with this the rest of their lives. But the bottom line is, when a kid who's 8 years old is a tomboy. Now you said you were a tomboy.
I was a tomboy.
A lot of little young girls are playing with dirt, playing with boys in the neighborhood.
If you see pictures of me, I did not have any little girlfriends. I only had boy friends. I cut my hair short. I begged and begged and begged my mother. I did not want to have long hair. She used to have me in like the Pippi Longstocking braids. I hated it.
Longstocking.
I finally, without her permission, cut my hair really short in a boy hairstyle. She hated it. I loved it.
And a lot of young girls do.
I was questioning all sorts of stuff.
A lot of young boys, dress up like girls and play around and stuff. Not sexually.
No, my uncle, who ended up being gay, he said that when he was a little kid, he played with all of his sister's toys. He wanted to dress up in little girl dresses. And both of us have talked about this and agree that if we had been alive and young today, we would have been encouraged to transition, and it would have been the worst thing in my life because I wouldn't have been able to have my children. I know who I am now. It took me a while to figure it out, but same thing with him. He finally realized, that he was gay. He realized it much earlier than I figured out my own sexuality. But I think that that's the problem with today's age is that I think it's easier for those people who are not fully approving of homosexuality.
It has nothing to do with the homosexuality.
Let me please finish this. I think it's easier because we see this in countries like Pakistan and other locations where they have homosexuality gets the death penalty. They allow a sex change because then it's okay. And I think there's a minor mentality that if you are against homosexuality, it's easier for you to accept that somebody was born in the wrong body than it is for somebody to believe that homosexuality is okay. And I think that's a problem because homosexuals are being targeted. Young kids who are actually homosexual or lesbian, they are being targeted, being told that they're in the wrong body rather than just allowing them to figure it out for themselves.
I agree. I mean, that's been going on forever. But the fact that the media, the New York Times, and then the governor, and then the mayor, that wimpy mayor of Minnesota, who first said, the prayers don't matter, and then Jen Psaki's on there crying on her show last night on MSDNC. Again, this person was a mentally deranged white boy who was told that he was really a girl.
Correct.
So much so that his parents allowed him to change his name without even changing his sex or without even transitioning or taking all the drugs. And then the kid becomes a psychopath. And I'm not saying it happens to every kid, but when you have the number of people, and here's our facts, the number of the recent surge of mass shootings has been performed by people who identify as the sex that they were not born in. That's a fact. That's not some right-wing conspiracy. Go down and look at the mass shootings that have occurred and look at the perpetrators of these crimes and look at the manifestos and who they look up to. So make up your own mind. I don't want to bury. The kid buried himself, okay? He buried himself, 23 years old, and now, his life is gone. But this kid's not a hero. It's a sad story. Well, and then you have David Hogg and all these other phonies.
Let me tell you, though, when you just say this kid is not a hero, this kid is not a hero to normal people, normal, sane people. But Henry, I sent you the screenshot of Andy No exposing Reddit.
Reddit's garbage. Anybody who goes on Reddit, that's worse than Blue Sky.
It's kind of like the dark web. I mean, anything goes on Reddit, but there is a huge writings, accounts over and over and over again that talk about that this is a good thing. Like what this kid did was admirable, and the things that are being written there where they are praising, and this is not just like one person or two people. These are hundreds of other mentally deranged people that believe what this kid did was admirable.
And it's very interesting in a day and age where everybody says, you're in a cult. No, you're in a cult. No, you're in a cult. This is a cult. This is a cult. This is something, as I mentioned, when I grew up in Philly, I grew up with a Richard Finocchio, who then transitioned and went through the surgery to become Philadelphia's and one of the world's most famous transsexuals. This is in the 60s. And people embraced her. People embraced her. I hung out with her in her club down in Center City, Philly. I wasn't ashamed to have a male friend who transitioned into a woman. Now, think of that time. Think of that era. You're hanging out with a guy who wanted to be a girl, believed he was born in a girl's body, and then went through the process in the 60s to change his identity and sex, and he was absolutely gorgeous. And he believed, and people who understood him and were friends of his knew exactly that he, in fact, was. And he did the things as an adult to become
and that's the big difference.
A transsexual. That's not what's happening today. Today, it's a cult. It's parents who think their kids, it's celebrities who think their kids are like dogs in purses. Your kids are not dogs in little purses that you carry around and trot around to say, hey, look, my kid's trans. Listen, I don't care what you do with your kids, but if you're looking up to celebrities who seem to now have pet kids who are transsexual, then you got a serious health problem. You got a mental health problem. But those people have enough money to get covered up and not have to worry about it. The poor people whose kids get messed up, like that woman's kid in Minnesota, they're the ones who have to spend the rest of their lives remembering what they did to help their kid become psychotic. It's on them. Anyway, we're going to take a break. 855-839-1210. Did I mention coming up at 2:15 the money melody? See, I didn't mess it up one time today. I got the money melody. I got it nailed down. Right? That's at 2:15.
Yes.
We're coming right back. Let's take a break. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for One Donation. If you're a fan of saving money, Listen up.
From now through August 31st, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That's right, you could pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to get this great offer. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
Temperatures remain below average as we head through the upcoming holiday weekend. Today, partly sunny skies, still very comfortable with a high of around 80 degrees. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy skies and cool, low 59 for the city, a bit cooler out in the suburbs. And for Friday, chance for an early morning shower, otherwise partly sunny, very pleasant with a high near 80.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It is a Thursday, Thirsty Thursday. We start drinking today, Robin, or is it too early yet? I mean, it's afternoon, obviously. It's 12:37 here.
Definitely 5 o'clock somewhere.
Well, yeah, but I never use that. I get it was a great song, and I love it too when it comes on, but do you really care what time it is? Well, if you're an alcoholic, you don't, sad to say, but...
No, it's just, it's a great way to just say, it doesn't matter.
And plus, I don't need to drink. In fact, I had my first glass of wine last night after I made that beautiful ooey gooey pasta dish. You know what I mean?
Speaking of last night.
Yes. About last night?
Yes,
Wasn't that a movie?
At the end of the show, we kind of showed the view that we have out behind our house and the beautiful canal and the aquatic preserve.
Mm-hmm.
And we mentioned that it's too salty here normally to see any gators.
Right.
Well, we've had a lot of rain over the last couple of days.
Yes.
And what did we see last night?
Yeah, I was out filming the sunset.
Yeah.
Did you post the video, Rob?
I gave it to Henry, so he has it. So Henry, you can pull this up. So
I'm out there because we get spectacular sunsets.
So we went outside to take a picture of the sunset.
But then I rolled the tape because I saw this thing slowly with the head up and the long tail. I knew it wasn't the Loch Ness Monster.
No, yeah.
Because this isn't, where's the Loch?
Scotland.
In Scotland, yeah. And the Scottish are drunk all the time anyway,
Right.
so they don't know what it is. It could be a gator.
Lo and behold, we were proven wrong about there being gators here. Well, we knew that when it's not as brackish, that gators can come around.
Right.
And sure enough, here we saw one slinking around slowly. It was a small one. And hopefully Henry will have that in just a minute. But it was, it probably was like the body itself was maybe 2.5. The head added. So with the tail and the head, it was probably 5 feet long, which is not big for a gator. Their circumference is small, and it was still very young.
It's not the length, Robin.
No.
It is the girth all the time.
It still had sharp teeth, I'm sure. And this is not some place that we would tell anybody to go swimming in. But yeah, we for us, it was our first gator sighting.
That could be a Florida Gator college football tease. Maybe they were promoting do they play this weekend? I know college football season cranks up tomorrow and tonight. Friday night, there's games too. So if you're a college football freak, good for you. Not for this fella.
Now, Henry, do you have the video yet?
Yeah, I'm having trouble pulling it up on my end. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Sorry.
That's okay.
That's okay.
Robin thinks like you pull things up immediately. She's just she's really pushy. She's just pushy. She's just really pushy. If I ask her to pull something up immediately, she goes crazy. Here's the poor Henry working back in the studio on the ones and twos and the wheels of steel, producing the show. And what's Robin doing here? She's just talking and criticizing other people's hard work
for a really long time. I sent it to him earlier this morning.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just the file type isn't exactly agreeing with our video streaming service. That's what I'm trying to work around here.
Well, let me see if I can send it to you in a different way, and we'll come back to it later.
Now, we are also now live on X.
Yes,
we are.
We're live on X. We don't, not ecstasy. By the way, if you were going to Burning Man this weekend, make sure you don't take your condoms. Because the Orgy Dome has been destroyed.
No.
Did you see that, Robin? Yes. The Orgy Dome, which is this big tent, which is basically a fabricated thing with metal bars, and then they put plastic over it. But because they had the haboobs out there.
Right.
And you know what a haboob is, Robin?
I do.
It's not a dumb chick with big boobs. A haboob is actually a dust storm that happens a lot in the deserts.
Yes.
Arizona, New Mexico.
And it looks like something alien is overtaking the city. I mean,
it looks like the Mummy movies. Remember the Mummy movies?
Exactly.
When the Mummy would show up? Yeah, Brendan Fraser. And then what's the guy's name? Hemotep. And then all the clouds would be coming. And that really happens in Arizona every year. There was one the other day that shut down the airport. It's kind of freaky. But this one, the haboob that's in the desert, and Burning Man, there's like lines and lines of traffic to go to this every year. But if you want to go to the Orgy Dome, you're going to have to pull up your own tent in your backyard this weekend. If you're in Wildwood, Cape May, Jersey Shore, you're not going to do it on the beaches in Cape May. They don't tolerate. Maybe if you go to what's one of the Wildwood, North Wildwood, you want to have an Orgy Dome underneath the pier, underneath Hunt's Pier. That would be a good place to have an Orgy Dome this weekend if you can't get to Burning Man out in the desert. You follow me right now?
Yes.
By the way, we had another machete attack in Los Angeles.
Henry was in LA?
It wasn't me.
No, not Henry Machete. A man was hospitalized. This is from KTLA in Los Angeles, the TV station. A man was hospitalized and left with multiple wounds in his head during a machete attack involving 4 suspects in downtown Los Angeles this morning. Not last night, early this morning. How about that? But of course, Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom, they don't need any help with crime. No, Chicago doesn't need any help with crime. By the way, speaking of Chicago, I got to rip all these fake ministers. If there's anything more fake, are these little pop-up churches where they get tax, they don't have to pay taxes because they open them up. And this is not just Catholics, it's all these fake ministers who just do it for the tax. Chicago, they're organizing tomorrow morning in Chicago in front of the Federal Building at 10 a.m., Concerned Clergy of Chicago. They will meet with, I don't know how many, there's a ton of them. Faith leaders united to stand against fear, hate, and authoritarianism. They're getting together to lift up a prophetic call to defend democracy and affirm justice, dignity, and freedom for all. We call them pastors on the payroll or pastors who should be in prison. These clowns are out there while their city is being attacked. Not everywhere in Chicago, we know that. But imagine being a pop-up pastor and that you love crime so much that you're going to condemn the people trying to help go into the areas where crime is affecting. And by the way, you know where that crime affects most people?
Mostly.
It's not in the rich neighborhoods of Chicago or Illinois. It's in the inner cities. Yet these pastors, primarily black with a couple of crackers in there, who just want some, they just want to have their names out there like they really care about democracy. These people are nuts. And if I was somebody in Chicago in power, I would immediately look into these people's, how they get their money.
Yeah, they're 501c3s.
I would immediately investigate all these pastors and all these other creeps who rely on suckers to give them money so they can go out at the Federal Building at 10 a.m. on Labor Day weekend and say that what's happening, asking for help from the government, National Guard. Remember, Chicago had the Republican National Convention last year, and they called in the National Guard. And you know why they called in the National Guard? To protect their own people from going to the Democratic National Convention where they put up, what's-her-face, Kamala Harris and Wes Walz, whatever the hell his name is. That's what they did. They brought in the National Guard, just like L.A. did during the Floyd riots. But now all of a sudden that there's problems with crime in a lot of the poor neighborhoods, they don't want any help.
It just
J.B. Pritzker, billionaire, they hate the billionaires are killing us. J.B. Pritzker is a absolute big fat slob billionaire. Yet somehow the Democrats don't hate big fat slob billionaires like J.B. Pritzker, who has mansions down here in Florida. And when it starts getting cold in Chicago, guess where J.B. Pritzker comes? Down to his mansions here in Florida. Good job there, J.B. And you wonder why Illinois is probably, of all the states in the history of the United States, the most corrupt state in the country, and it's documented. And they still have the worst mayor and now the worst governor in the Midwest. I mean, Walz, there's a lot of bad ones, but J.B. Pritzker is garbage.
I mean, the mob used to have a hold in Chicago. Now it's just...
Capone is rolling over in his grave at what J.B. Pritzker and the mayor of Chicago are pulling on their...
It used to be the mob. Now the mob has just become politicians.
Right. Exactly. So anyway, make of it what you will. We're going to take a break. We're coming back. 855-839-1210. And coming up at 1 o'clock, in the 1 o'clock hour, is the great John Bolaris. He's here in Florida now, and we will find out why he left Philadelphia. Is he a bad man? We'll find out and we'll ask him. We will grill John Bolaris as he's grilling on the east coast of Florida in West Palm Beach, and we're chilling, grilling on the west coast here in Cape Coral. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin on the Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This was viral. This went everywhere. The sandwich snatcher. Has this ever happened to you guys, by the way?
Not a sandwich, but I've lost French fries.
Yeah, French fries 100%, but not a full sandwich.
Like from your hand while you were eating it?
Well, from the cup. I think it's happened to me twice, actually, now that I reflect upon it. Also, a seagull once pooped on me, so I've got bad blood with the seagull community.
That seagull did the right thing.
Don't encourage them.
That seagull is my new favorite seagull. I wish I could beat that seagull. Shake his wing.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Nevada. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance. This Saturday, August 30th at noon. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday at noon on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Checking the live stream on our Facebook page on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the Dom Giordano program. Active. The thing about the chat on Facebook in particular, it's like a whole family. Everybody's involved. They're interacting with each other. They're not asking questions of the host. And if they do, you know, I look up and see what's going on.
You mean on YouTube?
On YouTube, yeah. And then, of course, on Twitter, we're now live there as well. And we welcome those people joining us on Tony Bruno Show on Twitter. Let's see how many people are checking in. Don't forget to hit that like button. Smash that like button.
Yes.
And smash a burger this weekend.
And smash the thumbs up. If you're on YouTube, Put the thumbs
Don't
up.
smash your thumb, though. That hurts.
Yes, it does.
You smash any fingers right there. Now, smashing, a hot chick or a hot guy, that's okay, right? Do we still call it smashing? I'd smash that.
No, you know what? I think that's fallen out of favor.
That's not cool.
No, I don't think so. You could say it. People would still know, but yeah, I think it's out.
Yeah. Hey,
smash burgers are the big thing now, Robin, right?
Yes. We watched a video. We made the mistake of watching a video because we were
Last
trying to figure out how to prime and season our Blackstone for the first time.
Yeah.
And one of the videos that we watched was somebody making smash burgers on a Blackstone. And that's when I started. This is what happened last night. We watched the video and I was like, I want smash burgers. That's all I can think of now. And I can't think of anything else to cook. And we don't have hamburger meat. It's too late to go out and
we have
shopping.
frozen burgers.
So that's when I said, Tony, you're it. Tag, you're it.
And so I want pasta. I looked in the pantry and I see pasta. I see spaghetti gravy. It's called spaghetti sauce if it's in a jar. It's not. There's no meat in it.
Agreed.
But it was good. So I put it in the oven and slapped it up. By the way, we have breaking news now from sports and politics, Robin. Breaking news. Mark Teixeira. You may remember that name. Mark Teixeira, a man who, whenever he hit a home run for the New York Yankees and the great John Sterling was making the call, would always say, a text message from Mark Teixeira. It is high. It is far. Mark Teixeira with a text message. Well, now Mark Teixeira, who obviously is a Texan, Mark Teixeira now is running as a conservative Republican in Texas, candidate for Congress. He says, I love Jesus, my family, my country, and the great state of Texas. Watch all the Yankee fans now turn on Mark Teixeira for having the gall to be a conservative Republican who loves his family, loves Jesus and his country, and the great state of Texas. How dare you, Mark Teixeira? I think they're going to take his name down, though. They'll remove him from the World Series that the Yankees won while he was there.
Good.
That's how petty these people are. Anyway, a text message from Mark Teixeira.
In politics and sports, we have an entertainment news, which is kind of sad, that actor Bruce Willis has finally, they've had to make the decision to move him into an elderly nursing home for around-the-clock care.
Basically hospice.
Yeah.
And a lot, my mom, she would never go into hospice. I know a lot of people who have family members who get old and suffering from dementia or, near the end of life situations where you have to make a decision. My mom would not go into a nursing home or into a hospice.
Well, your sister.
My sisters were saints.
Yes.
And they took care of it. So we were all around my mom when we knew, the last days were there. So we were around her for until the moment she died. But when you think Bruce Willis, obviously he's married, he's got family, he's got so many people who care about him. I'm sort of surprised that his family did not want to be around him 24/7.
It's not.
So they could
I don't
be
think
there
it's about
with him.
that. I think it's about the care. If any normal person other than your sisters.
A lot of people make sure that they're.
But I'm telling you, what your sisters did when you think of all the things that they had to do to help take care of your mom towards the end, 95% of the people would not be able to do that. That is.
No, I know more and more
beyond.
people who are doing that, Robin.
But when you're talking about people that have incontinence multiple times a day, and they are, especially if they're not there cognizant wide. Bruce Willis, we already know they already made that he doesn't recognize people, he doesn't know anybody. So for him at this point, it's not.
Listen, it's a personal decision. I get it. I don't judge people. I'm not saying he should be at home with his family. They made the decision. So who am I or you or anybody else to determine? But I find it kind of weird because all we see is videos of him and his family, and obviously he doesn't. My mom didn't recognize people. People with dementia or in their late 90s. That's what happens to the human brain. So the end is near. For one of the greats of all time, another Philly area guy, bartender from South Jersey. That's how he started, became an international star and one of the great action heroes of all time near the end of life. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, we're coming back. The big 1 o'clock hour is ahead. John Bolaris, why did he leave Philadelphia? Is he one of those no good, dirty, rotten bums who dared leave the great city of Philadelphia, the cradle of liberty, the birthplace of America? We'll talk with him coming up, and much more still ahead. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, live for Dom Show. Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Saturday, the Penn State Nittany Lions kick off the 2025 football season. And you can hear it all here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Touchdown, Penn State! The Nittany Lions respond!
Coverage starts Saturday at 3 as the Lions host the Nevada Wolfpack.
He's close, he's there, touchdown, Penn State!
Penn State football is here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
From now through August 31st, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That's right, you could pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to get this great offer. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Dom is not here. He's on vacation. He's taking a couple days off for the holiday weekend. Labor Day coming up. It's Thursday. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin Austin, live. Excuse me. Got to get some water. Got some water? I didn't bring my water in here. I left it on the counter, but I'm okay. I'm not going to choke. We do have a life fact, though, just in case. Anyway, we have John Belair's is on the line, talking about a lot of stuff, and now the Bruce Willis being taken to hospice, as he's obviously in a position where the family knows the end is near. So that's a sad story, and everybody has family members who've gone through that. And if you haven't, I hope it doesn't happen. But it happens to so many people because people are living longer these days. And Bruce Willis is not an old man. He's not in his 90s.
No, he had an illness. This special.
Exactly. But to see a guy who was one of the greatest action heroes now near the end, it's sad to see. But it happens in many families. And we'll talk about that today. A lot of people commenting it on the Facebook, on the YouTube page, on 1210 WPHT. You can watch us there. You can watch us on Twitter live on the Tony Bruno Show page. So, or you're listening on Odyssey or on 1210. There's no way you can miss getting the show.
Yeah, Bruce Willis has frontotemporal dementia, FTD, which is a very evil, horrible type of dementia.
Well, there's no good kind of dementia, that's for sure.
But there's age-related dementia. Mm-hmm. This happened very young and started quite a few years ago, and it's
sad to see. Meanwhile, let's bring in a man who finally had enough. Enough is enough. He doesn't hate Philadelphia, just like I don't hate Philadelphia. Now, I'm a native. John's not a native, but he made Philly his home for a long time. And then earlier this week, I see he says, I'm leaving. I'm moving to West Palm Beach. Not a bad place to be. Why didn't you consider the West Coast here, like in Naples, where a lot of Philly people move to? Again, it's your choice, but how are you, John?
I'm doing great, Tony. I really am. I'm doing wonderful. I chose the West Palm because we're going to be opening up our Black Label offices in Delray. We secured a building there, so in about 6 months, doing real estate in Florida. So West Palm is 20 minutes from our building. So that's why I chose West Palm. I know down there it's beautiful. Naples, Cape Coral, it's beautiful. I know people down in Naples and stuff. So, you can't go wrong. I like this side. I like the East Coast a little bit better. I like the tropical breezes off the nice tropical Atlantic. And I've always been, I've always been doing in my meteorological days with the hurricanes. I've been through them all, up and down the East Coast, in the Gulf of Mexico, in Katrina, in the eye of storms, like way back when Hurricane Hugo. And so I get juiced with forecasting still. And I know, I'll just go off a little bit here. I know the hurricane season is upon us, and normally beginning now through mid-September is the super peak, September 15th being the ultimate peak hurricane season. But here's what's going to happen. And then you still got to watch right through middle of October. Right now, the tropics aren't that active, Tony and Robin. They're because of we call wind shearing, and Hurricane Erin churned up the seas when it rapidly developed from a Cat 1 to a Cat 5 in like 2 hours. And then, churned up the seas. So some cool waters there that inhibits hurricane development. Dust off of Africa, but that's all going to change by mid-September. So don't let your guard down because it's not active right now. It should get active by mid-September and on through into October. So still, let's keep a very close eye on the hurricane season.
Oh, we always do. When you're here in Florida, you have the weather radio ready, you have your generators ready, you have the gas cans ready. So you get prepared. And the good thing about Florida, as you know, the Governor DeSantis in August, a lot of stuff is tax-free. Like if you want to buy batteries or clothes going back to school or things that are necessities, he makes them tax-free for the entire month of August, which is awesome because these are things that you have to have if you're going back to school. You have to have the sheets and the stuff necessary for dorms, and that's why we love Governor DeSantis. This guy thinks for the population.
I love him.
He should be a blueprint for every single governor in the United States. I mean, he's doing everything right so far. The only bad thing that he did was when he ran for president, whoever he listened to was horrific because they made him look like an idiot, and he's not. But yeah, he's fantastic.
DeSantis and Marco Rubio. I think, Rubio has a shot of becoming the next president after Trump. I truly believe that. I hope so. I mean, one of the major reasons, Tony, why I left Philadelphia, which I love, by the way. I moved there in 1990. It's definitely my adopted home. You know, I'm originally from New York, but I fell in love with Philadelphia and the sports teams. And it was a great city, great restaurants, history-filled, easy to get to the stadiums all aligned with one another. But, I've been mugged twice. Once, first time during the riots, I was beat up badly with internal bleeding. I was just taking pictures because I had one of the buildings there, the AKA. They were breaking into it, so I was taking a video, and they pointed at me, and that was the end of me. And then another time, This is 2 years later, getting out of my Uber vehicle. The person in the Uber driver, knew I had a Breitling watch on because that's the only way we would know. We found this out later as the cops kind of did all their research after. So they were waiting for me at my building, and 4 of them, and they brutally attacked me, put a gun into my neck, and said, "I'm going to, kill you. Give me your watch." I said, "Don't kill me. I have a daughter. Really, don't kill me." And I just put up my hand, and they took the watch, and then they banged my head up against the brick wall several times.
Oh my gosh.
And and then listen, when I was first, it was all on video, the first attack, second one too. Here's what they said to me when we had video, and we found out who the person was. He was living in an encampment. He was an Antifa member at the time. He was living in an encampment off of JFK Boulevard. And you know what the cops said? "We can't do a damn thing, John, because we do this. Crass will have our ass. It's not a high enough crime." I said, "You kidding me? You got," that's what you're dealing with in the city of Philadelphia. That guy Larry Krasner is poison to the city. He really
absolutely.
is. I mean,
absolutely.
The crime rates. It's the new mayor coming in. She's trying to do what she can do, but it is what it is. It's a sanctuary city, and I don't feel safe there anymore. And there's everyone. I'm very public about my support for Trump, and I wear a Trump band. So trust me, I get verbally assaulted and attacked just for being a supporter of President Trump. And that to me has me worried when I walk down the street. They come out with an article. I was harassing this woman. I'm a sexual predator. I had to, we had to go. I went to the police because the police said we have a warrant for your arrest. I went in there, then met with the detectives, and they sat with me, and they kind of laughed a little bit, and they said, "Let's play the video where they say that you attacked this woman." This woman claims, and went through the whole video. I gave them a statement, by the way, before the video, and they said, "Yeah, this is nothing. There's nothing on that video that shows anything but you patting her on the shoulder to calm down." Because she saw my Trump bracelet, right? That's really how that all started. But it magnified into I'm a sexual predator with a picture of my face and where I live. And I'm walking down the street on Chestnut Street.
They do this all the time.
"Hey, Belair, it's a predator. I'm going to warn my wife. You're coming down Chestnut Street." I'm like, wow, this is disgusting. All right. So I had to really fight back on this, and we're battling it with the attorneys and what went on there. But the DA's office got it, and they dropped it. It was nothing there. It's a nothing burger. But you know what happens? And when it gets out there, and right away people just look at you like that. And that's the worst feeling in the world when someone considers you a sexual predator and was out there. I feel like everywhere I went, I'm thinking, well, what are people thinking of me? Far from the truth, so I said, okay, that's it. I can't take this anymore. I'm going to go to Florida. We're going to start a business down there, which we are. I feel safe here. It's just, to me and many people, it's a safe haven. I can't tell you how many people have come down to Florida from Philadelphia and New York. It's so much better living. I feel like I can breathe. I don't have to worry about when I wear a suit in Philadelphia, I'm worried that I become a target more so for an attack. Right. So I don't.
And that's sad, man, because it's one of the greatest places on earth. It's my hometown. I'm not afraid to walk around anywhere. And it's not like here, the one thing we found out when we moved here is that are there people that have Trump flags on their boats? Yeah. but you can go anywhere. Nobody's going to hassle you. Nobody's going to ask who you voted for. It's none of that
People
stuff.
that have Biden stickers.
Exactly. I don't care who you vote.
Well, it's just that it's not made an issue down here, which is such
Exactly. Just live your life and stop making everything about politics. Politics should not define who you are or what makes you happy in life.
But with John, something similar happened to Tony during the BLM riots, when one person found out that Tony was conservative and was approving of some of the things that Trump was doing at the time. They went after him, and he lost a serious gig. They made up this whole story that, and it was proven, it was on radio, that he did not say what they claim he said.
Of course, and that's what they have.
And he was blacklisted.
This is what opposition. Listen, I was a Democrat 90% of my life, because when you live in Philadelphia,
Me too.
Remember, in 1952, the year I was born, that was the last time.
June 13th, Tony.
Yeah, exactly. I missed your card this year, though, John. It's only 73, though. 75, I expect a card if I make it that long.
All right.
But 1952, that's 73 years ago. You know who the last Republican mayor of Philadelphia was?
Was it Rizzo?
No, Richardson Dilworth. And interesting to note that so many places in Philadelphia have been named for Richardson Dilworth Plaza. Richardson Dilworth was a Republican mayor. I'm surprised that the Democrats, who've been in power since 1952, have not taken his name down off of all the things that they've named that. Richardson Dilworth Plaza, right there, right in front of City Hall. It's called Dilworth Plaza.
I know
Look
that.
at
I
all
didn't
of
even
the.
know that.
Yes, that's the kind of local knowledge you're not getting anywhere else.
Listen, Tony Robbins, listen, I was a Democrat all my life. It's not the Democratic Party anymore.
No, you're right.
That party has left the room. It's an extremist left organizational party. It isn't the Democratic Party. What do you think RFK Jr. left? I mean, it's not the same party anymore. It's not a Democratic Party. It's an extreme left party. If not, I was a Democrat growing up as a kid all the time. I mean, I voted back in the day, Obama, and then, all that. But now there is no way in God's creation for what is unfolded, what we're finding out for the past decade and years, what's been taking place, the corruption in the government is beyond comprehension. And we needed to clean it up, and it needs to be run by a more conservative group, and Donald Trump is the person to do it, because God forbid if Kamala Harris got in, or we would be in deep, deep, deep doo-doo. So I'm thankful for that. I switched over. There's no way. And got to remember that 10 out of 11 people in the city of Philadelphia are Democrats. So
of course,
even though they won't admit it if they are voting for Trump. I know a lot of the ones that keep it quiet that voted for Trump. That would
Trump
never
used to be a Democrat.
Publicly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything against any party that I would never scream at anyone. You're a moron because you voted for whoever. I mean, why do they get so angry? They're like,
I don't know. You're absolutely right, John. It's because everybody, especially if you're a parent like you are and I, Robin, we're all parents.
Right.
You want common sense. It's not about conservatism or liberalism. It's about common sense. And people just want to be a part of a group that they think they're cults. They're cults. Are there Trump cultists? Absolutely. But the left is one big cult, and they never learn. They keep going against anything that makes sense because they hate Trump so much. And that's the surprising thing to me. They care about hating Trump more than they care about their lives and their families' lives. It's insane.
If he saves the world, they're going to still hate him. It's that TDS is so true. I mean, it's unbelievable. Anything he does is they spit on. The great things, ceasing wars, trying to negotiate with Putin. Oh, he's a Putin lover. What do you want him to do? You get more with honey than you do with vinegar, right? That's the way you negotiate. You don't ramrod. You do I read his book, The Art of the Deal, right? Way back when. That's how you negotiate. And these tariffs are great too. Yeah, you jack them up, and then eventually you're going to have a compromise down the road, but it's turning it around. This is not evil stuff. He's negotiating. He doesn't want war. He doesn't want the Ukraine war. He doesn't want Israeli war, what's going on there with Russia. It's terrible. He's trying to stop it. How could anyone be against anyone trying to stop people from being thousands of people being killed every day? It doesn't make sense. It's all
because they want to be a cool kid, John. The young people who want to be a cool kid because all their young friends in colleges and parties and stuff, Trump's a dictator, he's a fascist, he's Hitler, all this other stuff. That's what they're told to believe. They're told to believe that, and they don't think for themselves or do it. And now we live in an era where it's the easiest time in human history to get information that can let you know what's fact, what's from fiction. Yet people are too lazy and too addicted to one thing that they don't even spend the time. And you can get information on anything in a split second by just doing especially the media. See, I get the average person doesn't give a crap, but the New York Times today, this just shows you, this is the paper of record, wrote, the suspect knew his target, but the motive is a mystery. This is the New York Times about yesterday's slaughter of innocent Catholic kids. That's what they write a day later. And they wonder why people have no trust in the one institution in this country which is supposed to question authority, but it becomes part of the authority. It goes to the whatever. They're all part of this left-wing hatred of America. The media is the most corrupt it's ever been. I'm sure even in Nazi Germany, the media wasn't as complicit with being part of one party and denouncing anything of any good. It's just, it's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen, John.
It is. You know what's so bizarre? By putting up an American flag, it's almost like now you're a racist. That's what it comes to. I mean, really? Oh, you're a racist. You're gonna because you voted for Trump. He's a racist. It's what my family fought for. My dad fought in World War II. My cousin Peter Bolaris was a Marine in Vietnam, came home and shot himself in the head in front of his mother. These are the people that fought for us to get what we have today. And these kids, they don't understand it. So when I take a stand and say, listen, I was in the military, Tony. I was in the Air Force, air rescue, blah, blah, blah. But I understand what it takes to have freedom in this country and what all the blood that was spilled because of it. Why are you disgraced of living in America? Move. Gladly. Get the hell out of the country if you don't want to be here. Go see how it is. Go to Gaza. Have a nice little strip in Gaza. See how you're going to like it there. Go anywhere. I don't want to hear it if you don't want to be here. Respect whoever's in office. You think I would be disintegrating the whoever is in office if it wasn't Trump and saying all this mean stuff? Never. I would always, no matter what, respect the office. Respect the President of the United States, whether you agree or disagree with him. Yeah, he's a lightning rod, but he's good. He's the bulldog you want in your corner. He's the one, let's say an intense attorney you have, and you know there's no one better. He's the one that will fight for you. He's the one that cares what happens. He's the one that reaches out to these families, that all the illegals that came in, the criminals that came in, that flooded America. That was an invasion. Listen, my family was immigrants, right? But legal. My dad came in from Greece, right? Illegal immigrants. His father came in from, went into, island, Staten Island, whatever it was there in New York at the time. Forgot now. But they're legal. I'm all for immigration.
Rikers Island.
Rikers Island.
That's where my mom came into the country from with my dad. She was a war bride. My dad was a paratrooper for both the United States military, 82nd Airborne, and for the Italian Army, taking out Mussolini. So I don't want to hear about this. They just want a chance to be in the country. The people who did it the right way, we welcome them with open arms. So I'm tired of that nonsense, too.
Me too. You imagine your daughter, my daughter, being raped and killed by an illegal alien who has a criminal record, who this happened with it has happened. They let him out. No, they released him, and they've killed your daughter. How would you feel? Why does it ring a bell with anyone? Anyone that's a parent should know this. They should know this. You don't want rapists, criminals in this country. We don't want that. Yes, come in and be part of America legally, welcome arms, and yes, that's what makes America great. Not letting murderers in and rapists in, drug traffickers in, kids trafficking, what's going on here. It's terrible. And all that fentanyl coming in across the border. Stop it already. This is cleaning up the country that was going down deep into the, gutter. So stop it with all this nonsense. I had it with all that nonsense. It makes me sick to my stomach. And just so happens that I'm in Philadelphia, which I fell in love with. I loved it. Loved every minute, go to all the games. I got very close to the Eagles, Phillies, their clients and all that. So I really have no choice. I got to go. And then the press, what they write about you with their doxing, Tony, they just troll on the internet and make a malicious intent against you. And you know what reporter I'm talking about. So I've had enough of him for 20 years. During the Miami episode, which I won, which in my grand jury testimony indicted the mob, and my federal testimony put them all behind bars between 1 year and 18 years. I risked my life. They came to my home. I had in the Hamptons. They wanted to break my legs. They got the other guy and snapped his legs. I still fought for what I knew was right, and I won the case. But no one gives two hoots.
No, you're right, John. I mean, let's be honest. The Philadelphia media is a joke. I mean, there's only two newspapers now, and they're both left-wing rags. And again, if you want to buy it, go ahead and buy it and read. I don't tell people, don't buy this, don't buy that, don't listen to this. Buy whatever you want. But newspapers like the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Philadelphia Inquirer, legendary publications, they're all garbage. They can't give away subscriptions at this point. They have people like on the web. New York Times survives because people in San Francisco still subscribe to their online edition. We have to take a break. John, you want to stick around and chat some more, or are you getting too frustrated?
No. I could chat a little bit more, Tom. No worries.
All right, let's take a break. We'll come back a little more with John Bolaris. I want to talk a little more weather. I want to know, even though you're no longer a meteorologist, you have all the gizmos and stuff because, I love gizmos. You got to have this stuff outside. We'll find out, and we'll talk a little more about the hurricane season and the sports season and all the other stuff. John Bolaris is Tony Bruno, Miss Robin in for Dom Giordano on The Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-316-9510 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-316-9510. That's 800-316-9510. What do you have to lose? Call 800-316-9510. Again, 800-316-9510.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you been procrastinating in getting your furnace or AC replaced? Well, stop procrastinating because right now you can get up to $2,600 in rebates and up to $2,600 in federal tax credits. But don't wait. These rebates and tax credits don't last forever. Act now because before December 31st, you can get them. After you can't. We are your how to save money experts. Contact us today at marvinecans.com. That's marvinecans.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is coming!
The John Birch Society is hosting its annual leadership conference at the Crown Plaza Hotel in King of Prussia, featuring retired General Michael Flynn, recent guest on the Tucker Carlson Network, the Solari Report CEO Catherine Austin Fitz, and national speaker and host of Behind the Deep State, Alex Newman. For tickets and more info, go to jbs.org. Saturday, September 13th, 67 years of truth. Go to jbs.org today.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Ah, yes, back here live. People are saying, is this the new studio? Is this a new house? Yes, it is. There's still a couple of little kinks. Nothing wrong with kinks every once in a while, but the studio was built. Robin's done the insulation, the modifications, and all the other matriculations to make this thing work. And we still have some more insulating because our ceilings are 12 feet high.
Yes.
And then the room, back in the day, in the old AM radio days, you like the bouncing sound and the reverb. I mean, even John Bolaris was around back in those days. Former weather forecaster, former Philadelphia, now back in Florida in West Palm Beach. And we've been talking about a lot of things. So, John, you know, once you're a meteorologist, you know, you never leave that, right? Do you have like trinkets? Do you have like you have stuff outside that shows you how much rain we've had and all the gizmos?
Yeah, listen, Tony. I'm a meteorologist still, right? I was forecasting when I was with the Air National Guard in West Hampton Beach for rescue missions with them, right? That's how I evolved it to then eventually CBS in New York and such. What I do. This is the whole game now, Tony. It's the models, right? There's a new experimental model that you're going to be hearing more and more about, especially for
not the European models, John. I always follow the European models, especially on the Latino channels, where the European models are the greatest weather. I don't even care if they know what they're talking about. Just get them up there and get them in a profile, and I'm locked in.
Well, you think I don't have a job anymore? I wasn't exactly a European model, but I know what you're talking about. Listen, you want to hear a little inside trade secret here?
Yes.
So I'm working with CBS News in New York, right? Peter Dunn was the general manager. All right. He's been fired since. So I'm the chief meteorologist at CBS in New York. I get called in the office. Hey, John, we want to look at some tapes here. We're going to hire a weekend forecaster. And I said, I want you to take a look with us. I said, okay. Sat at the round table to look at potential candidates for the weekend. And I go, hey, guys, can you turn on the sound? Audio? No. I look at that profile. It's girls. These are like Victoria's Secret girls and models. I'm like, God, are you serious? What the hell you think? I said, I was speechless. I said, well, they're beautiful, but how do I know if they know what they? Does it matter, John? I said, okay, I'm out of this, but that's what they were looking at.
I know.
And they would say, look at her on that profile. Holy Jesus, Lord! I'm like, whoa. If only anyone knew what was going on here behind the scenes. Now you know. That was sort of the new wave.
Yeah.
Back then, right?
So my barometric pressure goes through the roof when I'm watching Telemundo, Univision. I mean, come on, John.
Now, what year was that, John?
Yes, I know all the weather. Warm and sticky for sure. You know, when you start watching the Telemundo channel and, warm front moving in.
John, how many years ago was that when that happened?
2000, I got hired 2008. 2008.
Listen, anybody who grew up in Philly goes back to the Herb Clark days who I work with, and Linda Gellinella. Remember her?
Yes, sure. I remember Linda Gellinella. She was a sweetheart. And she had the little cartoon, the little things you put on, like, wear the umbrella and stuff like that. Sure. And
even though he wasn't a meteorologist, though, former cohort of mine, a WFIL alum, the late great Jim O'Brien, when he did the weather on Channel 6, he had all he's the one who turned it into a show, because they didn't have all the maps and the little clickers where you have to change let's go out to the sea now what's going on in the Gulf of America. He just did it the old fashioned way. Chalkboard, put the clouds, the weather bad guys, and all that other stuff. Now, the technology is through the roof.
No, he was just the ultimate personality, all right? Everyone loved Jim O'Brien, my guy, I first worked with Steve Levy, was a very good friend of Jim. So I remember coming to Philadelphia, and he's telling me all the Jim O'Brien story. Those guys took a motorcycle together from Philly all the way up to Alaska. Mm-hmm. Great guy. He was like the weather god, king of Philadelphia. Probably, I think still people would know his name because he was such a giant then, right? So
absolutely.
I remember.
And
him,
then
right?
we lost him in an accident because he liked to jump out of airplanes on weekends and he died when the chute didn't open. But one of not just a legendary weather guy in Philly or DJ, he was also a big sports guy too. I mean, he was a multi-talented guy from Texas. And they talk about nobody's going to accept out-of-towners from Philly. Some of the biggest stars in Philadelphia, whether it's radio or television, were people who came from other cities. Jim O'Brien, Dr. Don Rose.
Is it Jim Gardner? Yeah. Wasn't he from Brooklyn?
Jim Gardner's not a native Philadelphian. I mean, it doesn't matter where you come from. Philly was a market that it was the Big Four. It was Big Four back in the day. You wanted to move up in the ranks. You wanted to work in Philadelphia. It was the fourth largest media market at the time. So a lot of DJs and weather people and news people, they wanted to work in Philly when they were starting out in smaller towns, and a lot of them did and went on to great success.
Yeah, Matt Lauer did a Live on City Line. Yeah, Matt Lauer was one that was became a huge legend. I mean, what was it? Connie, right? John, wasn't she? Was she in Philly?
Yes, she's still. By the way, she's doing a podcast with her husband now. Connie Chung used to come on my show every week when I was doing the morning show at the old WCAU because she was a CBS employee, and she was awesome on the air. You talk about one of the great personalities, and I would ask her, "Hey, where's Maury?" I did this one time. I had her. I said, "Where's Maury?" She says, "He's in the shower." I said, "Well, go get him. I have this tape somewhere." And so she goes into the shower and knocks on the shower door and says, hey, Maury, Tony Bruno's on. He wants to talk to you. And he yells, "Connie, tell him I'm in the shower." She actually went into the shower because I asked her to go get Maury on the phone, and now they're doing a podcast together. Did you know that?
Wow, I never knew that. I never knew
By
that.
the way, Philadelphia's only dropped to number 5. It's
Yeah, I
still-
know.
I mean, it's New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Dallas, then
But then
Philadelphia.
Houston had moved ahead. I mean, it changes, but it's still a top 5, top 10 market.
Oh yeah. Hey, listen. I still listen. I still love Philadelphia. It really gave me my chops as far as getting into it, as far as becoming very successful in the city of Philadelphia. And the people I really did love. I love the sports town. I'm a sports freak. So I really fell in love with Philadelphia. So I don't want to mislead people. I don't like the people of Philadelphia. I love the people of Philadelphia. It's just the way how things have changed, and I need to go with a new wave and new change, right? The final chapter, I say, in my professional life here is going to start up here. I'm still going to fly back and do some business there with my company, but my residence is going to be here. I've already secured a place here, and I move in. I really could move in on Saturday if I wanted to, but I'm not. I got things I need to wrap up over the next couple of months, and then my residence will be here. And listen,
I saw you on the street in a video where some guy had a monkey. Now, you're posting videos on Man on the Street where you're there and some guy's holding a monkey behind you and he jumps on you?
Here's what happened. Taking an Uber from Delray back to West Palm, and the Uber driver ultimately goes, do you want to pet my monkey? I said, I've heard that before. That used to be a Saturday Night Live bit, right?
It was, would you like to touch my monkey? That was the SNL bit, right?
Yes.
Would you like to touch my monkey?
No, it's pet my monkey, I think. But anyway, whatever. I said, what? And he goes, no. And then I looked. I see these two eyes looking at me. He has them like a blanket in this cage. I said, wow. He goes, yeah, I have 3 of them. They're really cool. I go, they're friendly, they're trained. Oh, yeah. So when I'm getting out of the Uber, he goes, hey, you want to see something? I go, yeah. What do you watch? Go stand there. And my girlfriend said, videotape this, put it on slow motion. And I didn't even know how far back he was. And then next thing I know, the monkey landed on my back and my head. I'm like, what the? But then when I saw the video, it was like, what the hell? It was like 20 feet. It's like he leaped and landed right on my head. I didn't know what was happening. You got to remember the feeling of some monkey landing on your head, not knowing where it's coming from, was bizarre, but it was kind of cool. And I said, you don't get this stuff in Philly. No, you get. In New York, there's a guy that used to walk his alligator on 57th Street. That was kind of amusing.
The naked cowboy. And, we had the Cheese Whiz. We had the Philly Cheese Whiz Bandit, right? The Cheese Bandit. The guy would sit in his car with cheese.
Swiss Cheese Bandit.
The Swiss Cheese Bandit.
Swiss cheese.
He would use the Swiss cheese holes in
I think we can figure it out right now, Robin.
If you do not recall.
Now it's too expensive. You know what Baby Swiss is going for right now? You can't sit in your car in an alley somewhere looking at chicks when. Well, I can say this. I was honored to meet you and have spent a lot of time in Philly. I was honored to work with the Joe Pellegrinos, the Larry Canes, and the Jim O'Briens, and all of the legends. I mean, that's where I got better. Working with people who were so great at what they did as a young kid growing up in Philly and getting to glean knowledge and see how professionals conducted themselves. And that's why, my goal wasn't to become a star or anything else, because I'm not. I'm just a regular guy. But I was blessed back in those days where you had to work your way up the food chain by working with great people who helped you become better at what you did.
Same here, Tony. I'm always very appreciative of that. And I never take that for granted because, I've always wanted to be the best weatherman in the country. That was my dream. I buried my dad in the CBS TV T-shirt underneath his suit. And I got my first gig on television at CBS News on the anniversary, 5 years since my dad died on that day, on that anniversary of his passing. So that's how much I'm passionate about doing what I wanted to do in life, and voted in high school most likely to be a TV weatherman. So I've always had that drive and the passion. Unfortunately, it didn't end the way I wanted it to end at the time, but that's just politics, and that's just the way the business is. And but I'm going to appreciate what was given to me, but you have to work hard for it. There's no question. You can't skate. They'll know when you're skating. As they say, Tony, the glass doesn't lie. It'll know who you are. If you're just being yourself, it comes across that way. If you're trying to be someone different that you're not, those people don't make it. Okay, so I loved every stinking minute of it, and when I did not have that, I was crushing blow. I can tell you that. So
Absolutely. I mean, I haven't done traditional radio for years, but then I embraced the digital world. And you don't have to be a star. That's the world. Older guys like me, they didn't care about the digital thing. They were like, oh no, I want to do it the old fashioned way. But if you do it the old fashioned way, you don't grow with the times and embrace digital technology. And I was doing podcasts before people even know what they were. And so that's what you have to do. And again, I'm not.
You stayed ahead of the curve, right? So that's what I'm doing, reinventing myself. And before I forget, there's about the weather, AI.
Yep.
Listen to this. AI is Google AI. The National Weather Service has been experimenting with the AI model.
Mm-hmm.
It blew away the European, blew away the American model, the global model, in forecasting Hurricane Erin, which intensified to a Cat 5 as it remained off the coast, but that handled it better than the other two. So you're going to hear more about AI Google for hurricane tracking in Florida. That's going to become very big. AI Google hurricanes. That's going to be the new forecasting tool, and that's going to help us greatly because it outperformed both European and the global on Hurricane Erin, and had a better handle on the intensity of it than the other two. So
wow, what they should use an AI model of a European model to be their face of the Google AI.
I can't take any more competition. I mean,
John, I just looked it up, and it's all over. I just used the words that you just said. Google's AI model just nailed the forecast for the strongest this year. So
what am I going to do down here with Wink News? It has 5 times the Doppler capabilities, and it's faster, and everything's Doppler, and they got the most Dopplers and Dopplers. I need to get a Doppler out here.
At CBS, right? We got a Doppler, right? It cost $2 million, right? So we called it the $2 million Doppler. And then listen, so I actually Letterman calls, so I'm on hold for a half hour. Then he's calling me because he has someone that's going to jump off the roof or something. So he goes, hey, John, I want to ask you something. You're the chief meteorologist, right? Yes. Yeah, Dave. So what does this mean, this $2 million Doppler? I said, it costs $2 million, Dave. He goes, so I remember that. So it was, I did it from the Weather Center at CBS. So they had you on hold, and then
wasn't that first unveiled in Rain Man when he said Doppler? Got to see Doppler. Got to see Doppler. Oh no, that was Wapner.
No.
Got to see Wapner.
No. Yeah, no, Qantas.
Hey, John, it's great talking to you, man. I'm glad we could have a nice conversation here and not have to worry about, oh, my God, I got to keep him to 3 minutes here or we're going to get fired.
Thank you.
It was
so
great
much.
talking to you. We got to get together in Florida somewhere. You come over to the East Coast, West Coast. I'll come to the East Coast.
I'll come to the West Coast. It's 2 hours and 49 minutes from my home to get to your home. All right?
So 75, baby. Just put
we have a beautiful guest suite.
Yes, we do, John.
Let me know.
Right on the water.
I'll be over. I'll be over.
Beautiful.
And I'll bring some
hey, John, great. Thanks so much for the time, buddy. It's really great to catch up. And what do we call it? Kibitz? Is it still kibitzing?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Not kibbutz. That's something else.
No.
John Bolaris, another good-looking Greek guy. That's about Greek guys. They all have great hair. We're coming right back. That's John Bolaris. We're going to take some phone calls. We got the Money Melody coming up where you could win tickets to the Atlantic City in-water boat show next weekend. That's all still ahead on the Dom Show. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Pennsylvania lawmakers say they're optimistic about getting a SEPTA deal done sometime in the near future. A tree fell on 4 men playing a game of dominoes in Fairmount Park. They're all expected to recover. And Amtrak is kicking off the first day of its new high-speed trains running along the Northeast Corridor.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Just grabbing my charger. Heading to Sam's for dinner.
Okay, but you'll miss your favorite tenderloin. Wait, is that the Tuscan herb?
Mm-hmm. Hatfield marinated Tuscan herb. That's a real shame.
Did I say I was going to Sam's? Sam's coming here. Keep up, Dad.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork. Find yours at simplyhatfield.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
The Labor Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 36% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Having a lot of fun. And I have to stand correction. You know, we do corrections on the show. A lot of shows do. I mentioned Richardson Dilworth, and I said he was the last Republican mayor that Philadelphia had in 1952, the year I was born, and that's 73 years ago. And yes, people are criticizing John Bolaris. It's not the Gulf of Mexico. It's the Gulf of America, John. How dare you? And so we just have a good time here. I love John. I've known him a long time. You know, as I mentioned, something about Greek guys. You notice? You know many bald Greek guys?
No,
they always have great hair. Like my buddy, the film Godfather, right?
Good hair genes.
They do. The Greeks, man. Italians, there's some Italians with good hair, but there's a lot of bald Italians.
No, they have good hair earlier on, but then something happens and they lose it, like you.
Well, not all of us lose it.
But it's
my dad was bald and I'm bald. My son, Chris, my middle son, he has hair. But it's my oldest son doesn't. So it's genetics. You know what I'm saying?
I think Chris will probably end up losing his hair eventually as well. His hair is thin.
Don't put that on him.
How dare you, Robin? How dare you?
This as an insult.
No.
Because I personally, if people haven't figured out yet, I personally am attracted to bald men. So this
I
is
am
a
too,
compliment.
man. That's not what I listen. Some of the best looking men on earth are bald.
Exactly.
First of all, the brothers. Nobody looks better with a bald head than the brothers. You got to give them that first and foremost.
Well, did you know that baldness, especially early baldness, is associated with an overabundance of testosterone?
Well, not anymore. Not based on my last taste.
Well,
We
you
get
lost
older.
it already.
I lost it. By the way, do not do the testosterone supplements. People are telling me now, when you go get your annual blood test, people are, make sure you check your testosterone. It's all nonsense. Testosterone is nonsense.
It is not nonsense.
I know, but you're buying supplements that, by the way, we were at Walmart the other day, and I found my favorite new supplement.
Oh.
Because, everything's at Walmart now. And, you got the, what's the one Oshawa.
Yeah.
Ashwagandha.
Ashwagandha.
Yeah.
I thought that was a country in the Middle East.
I'm going to spell this out.
I'm not kidding. So there's all this stuff.
Force Factor. This is
Force Factor.
Yeah,
They
we're
have
not
everything.
associated with it at all.
Although Cunol is the brand I trust. So Cunol, if you hear this, send me my stuff that I'm paying $1 gazillion for free, okay?
Yes, but this one is called Vitality Superfood. It is Supreme. I hope I'm saying this correct.
Have you seen this?
It's
Spell it out. Spell it out, Robin.
I'll spell it out first.
I
And
want
then
an endorsement deal from this company, which now, what does it promote? What does it say? It's right next to the ashwagandha.
Yes, it's right next to ashwagandha. It's also made by Force Factor. It's for energy, stamina, immune health, stress relief, cognitive functions. It is Supreme. I will spell it first, and then I will attempt to pronounce it. SHILAJIT.
Spell it again, Robin. Let me write it down.
SHILA.
Shyla. Wait, SHI. It's Shyla.
JIT.
Shylajit? Shylajit?
I don't know. I don't know what it's made of.
Hovering over the
but
dump button right now.
yeah, I know.
I'm just reading you what the name of the product is.
It is.
I'm not trying to. I'm just telling you. I was holding up a bottle of it
that
in
is why-
Walmart the other day.
That is why I spelled it
I
first,
know.
so that you wouldn't.
So how would you pronounce that?
No, I'd say it exactly like you.
Shyla what?
Shylajit.
Shylajit.
It just
I
sounds
didn't know
bad.
Shyla, but if her jit's good, I mean,
That sounds really
I
bad.
didn't know women produced it. But anyway, I'm always willing to learn. That's what we're here for, to learn.
From what I'm looking at online, I think it's pronounced Shylajit.
Shilajit? Oh, well, that does
Shilajit.
sound much nicer.
Yeah.
Shylajit. You put a little olive oil, a little garlic, and then you kick it up a couple of
You know,
notches.
that's the difference between Shilajit is how a Philadelphian would
And
pronounce
hey, Mr. Shylajit, I need another bottle.
and Shilajit would be Australian because, they got the Sheilas down there.
Oh, absolutely. There's nothing wrong with the Sheila.
Down under, it's Sheila.
Exactly right.
Shilajit.
See what you learn on this show? I mean, there are so many supplements and products.
Too many.
And the one thing they all have in common: these claims have not been confirmed by the FDA, and so you're basically buying stuff that you hope works, but the FDA does not approve any of this
Well,
stuff.
the one thing I absolutely, truly, I believe it, and I want to try it, is the parasite cleanse.
The parasite cleanse.
Yes, I am 100% convinced that these ads that I'm seeing about being able to cleanse parasites out of your body, and that there's stuff that we don't even know that's in
So
there.
we got worms crawling around in there and all kinds of Well, we don't have parasites down there. They all live up in the Northeast.
I'm
I
telling
don't
you.
mean Northeast, I mean the Northeast. People work down here. Parasites are people who live off the government and are still out there every day protesting. That's where the
I wanna
employment
do
numbers
a
come from.
parasite cleanse, and I want to. We will do it, and then tell people how we did.
Do we have any parasite cleanse?
I want to try
Tell me right.
this.
Yeah, I'm going to try it too. You know how I cleanse parasites? I don't invite them to the house. That's what I do. Bring your own bottle, you stinking parasites. We're coming up. The 2 o'clock hour is still ahead. In for Dom, and yes, at 2:15. Tickets for the to the absolutely, positively one of the great events. You don't even have to want to buy a boat or can afford a boat. It's the last big soiree of the fall, of the summer. It's the Atlantic City In-Water Boat Show next weekend over there in the marina. And I wish we were there because I love looking at new boats. Now I can't afford a dinghy, but I like looking at new boats. So that's the bottom line. That's coming up. You'll have a chance to win that, plus more fun, frivolity, calls, whatever you need. We got it for you right here on YouTube, on Talk Radio 1210, on the X, on our feed at X. Tony Bruno Show. Follow there. There's no way you can miss the show. And we're coming right back.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. Whether you're hitting the beach or cruising through the city this summer, why not do it with style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. Now is the time to get behind the wheel of a new Civic, Accord, or CRV with unbeatable leases and low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today, or shop online at piazzahonda.com.
Here's a great tip for summer. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for an energy-efficient new roof. Don't just trust us. Trust their thousands of 5-star reviews and their lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation this month and save thousands. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions of people are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We'll remove the stress and work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
Bet3665. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
It's not Dom, but it's another fellow Italo-American, as we used to say. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, filling in for Dom, will be here again tomorrow from noon to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And yes, we'll also have our Friday night show live on No Filter, on X, on all the platforms. So we'll be back. We talk a lot of sports on that show, but we talk about everything as well. But we'll have, the NFL starts. The Phillies got out of New York. You're talking about escape from New York. The Phillies couldn't get out of New York fast enough. What a house of horrors that becomes. So people are worried about the Phillies, but they worry about the Phillies every single game for 162 games. So we'll see what happens. But the Eagles start next week, next Thursday night. They are the first game to kick off the 2025-2026 season as the defending Super Bowl champions.
Now, Tony, we have callers on hold, but if you would like to call as well, the phone number is 855-839-1210. That's 855-839-1210.
Correct.
And we will get to that in a minute. But
we have a correction, and I want to stand corrected because, remember, I was born in 1952, so that's 73 years ago. And I was told that the last Republican mayor in Philadelphia was Richardson Dilworth. Then I've been corrected by the great Manrico Transiletti.
Yes.
Who is, I believe, a lawyer, and he's a loyal listener, and he follows on Twitter. He's just a good guy. And I don't mind being corrected. If I'm wrong, correct me, and that's what I'll do. But if I'm right, and I say this to Robin all the time, and you try to correct me when I'm right, then you're going to have hell to pay.
Now, Richardson Dilworth, I think you recall him being a Republican because he was the last conservative Democrat.
Okay. That's right. The conservative Democrats. So they still, Bill Clinton was a conservative. There have been a lot of conservative Democrats. They just went wacko, in the last 20 years.
But Manrico texted a little while ago saying Richardson Dilworth was a Democrat. He ran for mayor and governor as a Democrat. His mentor and predecessor was Joseph Clark, also a Democrat. The last Republican mayor was Barney Samuels.
Barney Samuels.
Is
he the fish guy that did Samuels down there in South Philadelphia, which was, you remember Ippolito's?
Yes, and there was
became Samuel and Sons.
Yes,
but not what's his name, Sanford.
Barney Samuels has the longest tenure as mayor because he's
a dictator for life.
No, when he presided over city council, he became the acting mayor upon the death of S. Davis Wilson.
S. Davis Wilson, no relation to Wilson Good.
Samuel ascended to the position of president pro tempore upon the death of Mayor Robert Lamberton in 1941. However, Samuel assumed the mayoralty for the remainder of Lamberton's term.
So he had two people croak in the same era?
And then he won his own election.
Then he served two terms after that?
Exactly.
So he was the 89th mayor, Barney Samuels, 1941 to 1952, if you are scoring at home. And if you are, congratulations. I mean, it is a long weekend after all. Just to wrap that rascal.
So the likelihood of anybody running or being mayor for that long is probably nothing.
The only clown who's going to get the longest term is this scumbag Larry Krasner. And the one thing I'm glad about Larry Krasner, I'm glad he's white. This way, because I've been killing him and the other guy who was white, by the way, the former mayor, I've been trashing these two lowlifes for a long, long time. Jim Kenney slinked away into Bolivia where he belongs. But Larry Krasner is about to win his third consecutive term as the district attorney of Philadelphia. And if you people vote him in again, you deserve all the crime, all the things that happen in your neighborhoods.
I am
because it's your fault,
though, that there's some shenanigans going on. Because
there's no shenanigans, Robin.
You and I know for a fact we voted for Trump the first time around, and when he won, it was shocking one, but our district showed zero
Republican votes.
Zero Republican votes.
And I wasn't even a Republican. I just did not want to vote for Hillary Clinton.
So we know for a fact we know other people that voted for Trump at the time as well because we wanted a change.
Yeah, you had to hide the fact that you were voting for Trump.
So we know for a fact there were shenanigans going on at the
That's
time.
shenanigans, but remember, that was a presidential election.
I know.
Larry Krasner wins in off-year elections when people don't go out to vote. That's
You don't
the
think there
difference.
can be shenanigans in off years?
So Trump still won. He didn't win Pennsylvania.
I'm just saying.
We're talking about the presidential election is when people go out to vote.
I'm just saying.
Here,
that
Larry
he
Krasner
could-
has been the beneficiary of being the candidate. Remember, there were people who had no idea who Larry Krasner was. The first time they put him up, they got all dumb Drexel students and Penn students to put up posters in their windows in their dorms and then the flop houses that they rent near the colleges. And so Larry Krasner did smart marketing. Nobody knew who Larry Krasner was, so they all voted for him because they're stupid college kids who have no clue.
Right.
Then 4 years later, he's up again, and then he starts going after Trump, and the Philly people hate Trump. They voted for Krasner again. Now again, another off-year election where not many people will go out because there's no major candidates.
Right.
So that scumbag Larry Krasner, unless people finally wake up in Philadelphia, I would vote for a tree stump before I'd vote for Larry. If you vote for Larry Krasner, you deserve all of the gang violence and all of the waking up to gunshots that happen in Philadelphia because nobody is held accountable. That's the kind of government you want. You get the government you deserve. And the fact that Larry Krasner will not. And then you had Al Sharpton in New York City today having a big DEI march. That's what these people do. It's all about, and then we have to save our democracy. People like the scumbag Reverend Al Sharpton, all he has is race hustling. That's his life. That's all he's done. So now he hates the fact that DEI is dying. So he's got people marching in New York City. Same thing in Chicago. All of these clergymen, all of these reverends will be marching out there to try to save the city. They ain't saving anything. They don't care about the black community, which is affected most by the crimes in New York, Philadelphia, in Chicago, LA, and now Gavin Newsom, as I mentioned earlier, just had a big news conference. Guess what he announced? He is going to bring in more police into the cities that are affected by high crime. Isn't this the same greaseball, slimy weasel who just was ripping Trump for daring to bring the National Guard in? Now all of a sudden he's a hero because he's stealing Trump's idea, realizing the people of California in all of these cities ravaged by crime. All of a sudden now, and he's going to take a bow. And then MSNBC and CNN and all these other left-wing, and the New York Times and the LA Times. Oh, how about Gavin Newsom? He's going to stop crime in California. The crime that the mayor, that moron, Karen Bassett, doesn't exist. We don't have any crime in California. Then why did your governor go out there today and have a news conference saying that he's going to crack down on crime in all these cities in LA and California, not just LA? What an absolute phony. And you morons will vote for this guy for president because he is a slick weasel who hates everybody, he hates immigrants. He needs them for his winery up in Napa.
Yes.
That's what he needs.
Well, Tony, I mean, it's what this is a psyop that has been working for ages here in the United States. Empathy is a virtue. You try to make sure that everybody's empathetic, right? Well, they weaponize empathy against those who truly, honestly care. They have a pattern, and it has worked over and over and over again. What they do is they present an emotional story. They frame any opposition as cruel and harmful, and then they rebrand it neutrality and complicity, making the policy solution an empathy test. And it works every single time. So, for example, the trans person who just shot up the school, they shift the narrative. It's not about the victims. It's about parents who will never see their kids again. It's not about protecting the trans community from let me rephrase this. It is not about the parents. It is not about the victims. It's about protecting the trans community from the horrible backlash. And it's empathy pointed in the wrong direction. And it works because they are utilizing people's own empathy and compassion against them. It's the same thing that happens with the homeless that we see.
Yep.
Rather than saying
the people on the streets getting drugs and not getting help.
And they turn it around to say you would be doing them harm if you forced them off the street. You would be cruel and punishing them if you round them up. No, it's not. But they make it so that your empathy is.
And then they come in and sweep a couple of streets in San Francisco in the crappy neighborhoods and say, look, we're taking care of business. And the next day, the tents and all the homeless people and all the poor drug addicts are out there. But by the way, I want you to do this, Mr. Henry Michette. I want you to pull this clip of Newsom. This just happened 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
He's holding a news conference surrounded by police officials. All of a sudden, he's cleaning up crime in California. Wow. I wonder where he got that idea. So we'll pull the clip. It's all over. There it is. Here it is. Oh, what? Ah. Wait a minute. I thought there was no crime.
Yeah.
I thought Karen Bass didn't show up at the Palisades presser because everything's good in the Palisades, which is burned down at the beginning of the year and still hasn't had one. They had like 8 permits approved there. Can you believe this guy? And then the media they'll just bow and kneel before him.
Yep.
Wow, what a hero Gavin Newsom
is bad, but Gavin Newsom doing it now is good.
Imagine people in California. And listen, I care about California because I lived there for 11 years. Other than Philly, LA is where I lived the longest portion of my life. No other city have I spent 11 years. So that's why LA means I pay taxes there. I had a house there. I had a great career there. And so that's why I rip California, because I see what's happening to my friends and family, Robin's family, who still live there. Unfortunately, a lot of the people who still live there buy all of this crap. They are still brainwashed into thinking this guy is somehow the savior when all he's trying to do is run for president in 3.5 years. But that, again, you deserve the morons that you vote for. I hope you enjoy Gavin Newsom. Every single second that he lies, right to your face, and then you suck it up.
You know what else people deserve, Tony Bruno?
Well, they deserve to win something right now.
Yes, they do.
You know what time it is?
Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Yeah. Money Melody, baby. And nobody throws it down harder than Henry Hank Machete.
Yeah,
the great Sean Sorino. What do we have today, boys?
So yeah, like you've been teasing throughout the show, today's Money Melody winner will get a 4-pack of tickets to the Atlantic City In-Water Boat Show, September 4th through the 7th at the Golden's Nugget Marina. See the new boat models from all the major manufacturers. Buy $15 advance tickets at acinwaterboatshow.com. So, today in 1989...
What do we have for them today, fellas?
Yeah, today in 1989, this band released their 5th studio album with a medicinal name. I don't want to give any more hints about them because I think they're a very recognizable voice, but I am going to play a cover song of theirs. They are covering Iggy Pop's Lust for Life here. I want to know this cover band I'm playing for you here.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, so this band in 1989, 5th studio album with a medicinal name. I'll give more hints if we need them over the break, but I think people will know this one.
Wow.
Do you know this one, Tony?
No, you got me.
Ooh,
Were
all
they
right.
singing the
And
chicken and
Tony's-
waffles? What the hell were they singing? I couldn't hear it.
Tony's hard to stump.
Yeah. By the way, do you know that where we live in Fort Myers, Cape Coral, it's the cover band capital of the world?
It is.
Oh, I can believe that, for
Every single bar has tribute
And they're
bands. here.
good.
And they're really good.
Good. Really,
We got
really
the
good.
best tribute bands anywhere. And they don't have any studio albums either, but they sell CDs if you go to a local bar and you throw a tip in and you buy a CD. It's better than walking around in New York or Philly where people are handing you CDs that you don't want
But
and
when
then
we
expect
come
you to
back-
pay for them when you have no idea what's on it. You know what I mean? So what do right now? You call. You call the phone number right now, 855-839-1210. Call the number. You get on board. When we come back from the break, we will go down and see if we can find a winner for the tickets to the Atlantic City in-water boat show next weekend in Atlantic City at the Golden Nugget
Marina.
Golden Nugget Casino, the former Atlantic City area. It's the same place. It just has different names. It's Golden Nugget now, right there as you come right off the Brigantine Inlet. It's a beautiful, beautiful place, kids. We're coming right back. It's Tony, Bruno, and Miss Robin on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
The only time I've ever lost baggage on a flight is with my golf clubs. Been 2 or 3 times. Always the golf club. Nobody can find your golf bag when you leave. The thing is massive. How'd you lose it? Now I can't play.
That would be the worst, especially if it's a golf trip.
Well, yes, I've never taken specifically a golf trip. Some of these trips that I've gone on, there's been a round of golf, and I don't want to pay $100 to rent a set. Who was the airliner that used to say bags fly free? Do they still do that?
No, Bidenomics, baby.
That's probably 20 years old. I'm stuck in the 2004 time warp.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of a delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about crimpets. Oh yeah, I love crimpets. A uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from the house, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
From now through August 31st, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That's right, you could pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to get this great offer. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Labor Day symbolizes your life's work. So guarantee growth and protection for your nest egg with the exclusive Crash-Proof Retirement System.
I'm Mark Dennert. My wife Mary and I have been with Crash-Proof Retirement since 2023. With Labor Day approaching, if you're approaching retirement or retired, you want to make sure that the money you earned over your career, you don't lose. With my Crash-Proof system, I've received double-digit returns and with no risk. All that money is credited to my account. I can never lose any of that money. When the market dropped 1,000 points in one day, my Crash-Proof system didn't lose anything. Whatever interest I get, 100% of that's mine, and there's no fees involved.
I know our money is secure and we are going to be able to enjoy our life of retirement for many, many more years.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com. And happy Labor Day from all of us at Crash Proof Retirement.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's Don Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone? Show me the money.
We have people on the line now? Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
855-839-1210. You know the money melody. People know it. They're guessing it. Now we're going to go to the phones and see if somebody can win the prize. 4 tickets to the Atlantic City Boat Show in water. Water. W-O-O-D-E-R. It's salt water, though. So we don't like salt water too much here because that's our drinking water right now. We need fresh water. But when you're in a boat, you want to be in salt water so you got to get the big boys. You know what I'm saying? Big flatties out there. The big tuna. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, let's go to the phones. Who do we have right now, Henry?
Heather and King of Pressure. You're calling number 1 today.
Heather, do you know the Merry Melody song of the day?
I think it was Motley Crue, the album Dr. Feelgood.
You are correct. Who doesn't like a little Dr. Feelgood? He's my current, he's my prescriber.
He's my favorite doctor.
Dr. Demento's my second favorite doctor. Dr. Feelgood, Dr. Johnny Fever was a great doctor, right?
What?
Were you a big Dr. Johnny Fever?
Dr. Vinny Boombots.
Dr. Vinny Boombots. So many great.
Dr. Bombay.
Dr. Kevorkian.
That was high on my list.
Well, congratulations. You've just won
Thank
4
you.
tickets to the Atlantic City Inn. Even if you don't like boats, you go there, you walk around, pretend you have money.
Yes.
Wear Gucci. No, don't do that. Somebody may knock you.
White and navy blue,
Yeah.
and you'll blend right in.
But wait a minute. But this is after Labor Day. Are you allowed to wear white to the Atlantic City
Winter
Inn
white.
Water Boat Show? Will you be wearing white when you go, or is that still not kosher or copacetic?
It's on me or Heather.
Paul, both of you.
I
don't know the rules.
I can't wear white regardless because I spill too many things on myself on any given day. I don't have to be like drunk or anything. I'm just messy.
Yeah, that's probably not a good idea to wear white.
I like wearing white.
But if you're not a slob like Henry
Yeah.
and Heather, what can you do? You can wear winter white after Labor Day.
What is winter white, Robin?
Winter white is not white. It's sort of like a creamy white. It's like an
Exactly.
off-white.
I'll wear whatever the hell I want when I want it.
Well, congratulations, Heather. I wish we could go with you.
I know. I want to be up there. I love boat shows. I love RV shows. I tell you, I love freak shows. We went to the Venice Beach Freak Show a couple of times. We never actually went in, though, right? We would just walk by it. Have
Yeah,
you
we
been to
didn't
the
wanna pay.
Venice Boardwalk Freak Show?
We were cheap way back when. You had to pay to go. Like you could just stand out and watch the freaks out on the
Yeah.
boardwalk rather than
I
having
mean,
to
the
go
freaks
in.
don't only come out at night. No. You know what I mean? But the best part now is if you want to see a freak show every day, just go to Minnesota. There are more freaks in Minnesota now than it used to be. All the freaks were in California, right?
Yes.
Remember everybody now, California, that's where all the crazy stuff starts. Yeah. But again, the big story, breaking news, Gavin Newsom, all of a sudden surging law enforcement around California to crack down on crime. Quote, you still have people whose cars are broken into. You still have crimes being committed. You still have murders. You still feel unsafe. Really, Gavin? Really? What'd you do? Go outside? How did you find this out?
It's so pretentious of anybody to claim that if they don't live in the inner city, if they don't have to walk those streets themselves, to say, oh, I don't see any crime. Everything's fine. Like, screw you, because you are the people that live there are saying and begging for help. They're not the one that's saying everything's fine. They're living it.
Yeah. But these out of touch rich guys like Gavin Newsom, and most politicians are wealthy.
Yes.
He comes from money. I mean, his aunt's Nancy Pelosi.
Yes.
You know, I mean, the guy makes tons of, he has a $9 million mansion.
He posted the photographs of him in high school. And even those pictures back then, you can tell how pretentious he already was. Like,
exactly.
He has a scarf and he's
a pretentious rich boy who came from money, just like J.B. Pritzker. Even though J.B. Pritzker is a big fat slob, he's a billionaire.
Yeah.
He's the heir of a major company. And he's running Illinois into the ground, which is pretty hard to do because all he's got to do is walk around in Illinois and it starts to sink.
For those of you who don't have a lot of money and would like to get some things on the cheap, apparently the U.S. government is now holding a massive fire sale.
Oh, swap meet?
Yes.
Put stuff on tables and things?
Things that used to belong to USAID, which is now goodbye.
What can I get?
The U.S. government is selling all sorts of stuff like mosquito nets, printers, generators, textbooks.
What about
boats?
tanks? Can I get a couple, maybe a little tank?
Well, I mean, I don't think that they're selling military equipment.
Why not?
But
we left it all in Afghanistan.
Yeah, seriously. But it's first bid goes to governments and state governments that want to purchase stuff. But anything that's
tell us
left
what we
over
have
is
for them,
open
Don
to-
Pardo.
Right now, I just went onto the website. It's the GSAauctions.gov.
GSA auctions. Are they taking live bids now?
Yes. And
GSAauctions.com.
if you were in Philly, I could see you bidding on this right here. It's a 1989 Boston Whaler Outrage.
Oh, it's an outrage. I don't even have to change the name.
It's located in Philadelphia. There are only 3 current bidders, and the current bid is $1,825.
What's the condition? What's it got on it? What's the power?
Nice.
It's an outboard, I hope, right? I don't want an IO again.
It's hard to.
1989 Boston Whaler. What's the size?
It is.
It says how many feet it is.
Does it say?
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
How am I supposed to buy it or bid on it if I don't know what's the size?
Anyway, but these are the kind of things that it doesn't look like it's a very big one.
Well, that's what she said.
But there's TVs and forklifts.
Yeah, you get TVs for $300 for a 55-incher now.
It is amazing all the different things that you can.
What else? Now I need to know.
I don't know what this is. A Trimble radio equipment. What's
Trimble?
that?
We don't have that. Robin's going to go out and buy more. We have more
like a
studio
Comrex?
equipment in here. Is it a Comrex?
It's I don't know. Maybe
Because we don't.
Military grade?
Is it military grade? Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
good question.
Trimble radio equipment. And they're all over the place. Like here's a 30 kilowatt diesel generator. Some business could use this.
I got a gas generator. I don't need diesel.
Located in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. The current bid is $3,000.
Maybe Governor Shapiro can get it to help power the SEPTA vehicles that are still not running on time or running at all.
Another Boston Whaler.
Oh, I got to get another little boat.
It doesn't.
Robin.
It only says the year. It doesn't say how long it is.
Well, most of the smaller Boston Whalers are outboards.
The 1989 Guardian Boston Whaler trailer and motor included.
Yeah, that's an outboard.
Yes. So six bidders currently. The current bid is $4,225.
Dave says maybe bottled water. We can get that. Or water filters. We got the new filters coming in next Wednesday, man.
Yes.
We'll be cooking with gas in a couple of days.
Oh, here's an audio meter.
Audio meter?
Yeah, what does that do?
What's the frequency, Kenneth?
Available in Wilkes-Barre, PA?
That's Wilkes-Barre, Robin. What's Wilkes-Barre? I hate to do it to you. If I had a sound effect giving her one of those, the sad trombones, do you have that in the studio, Henry?
Let me look.
See, showed my non-Philadelphia information. So Wilkes-Barre, really?
Yes.
That's just wrong.
No, it's not, Robin.
Wilkes-Barre.
You've even been up there.
I know.
For God's sake.
Wilkes-Barre.
Scranton's right next to Scranton, where Joe Biden lived for 2 years. My son spent more time in Scranton when he went to the University of Scranton than Joe Biden did, claiming he's from Scranton. Ridiculous.
Storage cabinets. Oh, we could use those.
Oh, yeah. Don't
here.
tell Robin about storage cabinet. Now, do you have to pick it up yourself?
I don't know what all the regulations are, but there's a lot.
Of course, the government has everything. May look into it later on.
You can purchase an ultrasound machine.
Really?
Siemens ultrasound located
Siemens?
in
Oh.
yes. Yeah.
That's good stuff,
You
yeah.
have your own ultrasound so that
Make sure I'm not pregnant?
Yeah. There's only 2 bidders right now, and the current bid is $555.
All right, I'm going to have to go in there and get some bids.
Steal
Deal or no deal?
So anyway, if you need office equipment, cars, there's motorcycles, there's like furniture, office furniture, a lot of office furniture because of all these USAID locations that have been shut down. Oh, there's a golf cart.
You need a golf cart down
Yeah.
here, yeah. Is it electric or gas?
Trump bidding on that one?
Trump's got like one now that's like the beast.
It's a 2016 Star Easy golf cart located in Huron, South Dakota.
Who the hell's going to go all the way to South
I don't know,
Dakota
but
to
it's
get
only
that?
$300.
Dude. How do they ride golf carts in South Dakota when it's so stinking cold up? It's like 3 months where you can ride a golf cart.
It's probably
Anyway.
one of those ones that was used to go inside warehouses, you know?
Oh, yeah, I get it. Anyway, we're coming back. We got another half hour of excitement today. Extended version today. Our good friend Dawn Stenslin fell ill during the last hour of her show, her own show, The Dawn Show from 10 to noon. So we jumped in and went into emergency mode. It's not Wilkes-Barre. Some say Wilkes-Barre. No, it's Wilkes. It's not Wilkes-Barre. It's Wilkes-Barre. I've been there many times. Look it up, Robin.
People are correcting you left and right.
You're wrong.
Everyone's going to have their own pronunciation for this, I feel like. I feel like it could go a million different ways for whatever
Well, nobody's
reason.
saying it like I did, so I'm clearly wrong.
You said Wilkes-Barre.
I said Wilkes-Barre.
Not Hershey Bar. She's been to Hershey.
Because that's how somebody that looks at it for the first time that knows how to pronounce things.
Well, when you drive around Pennsylvania and you see all these like Bird in Hand and all these other little towns, there's a lot of towns like people can't pronounce Schuylkill.
Oh,
when
yeah.
you come here.
That's that's like one of the things they show athletes when there's a big event in town. They all right, pronounce this word, and they give them Schuylkill and Balakinwood. And they're like, I have no idea how to say that. Conshohocken even.
Oh, yeah, all these towns, because there's a lot of Indian-named places all over Pennsylvania and around the country.
Or even worse, say it how it's supposed to be said and then have somebody try to spell it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's impossible.
It's written right next to it's Wilkes-Barre Scranton. Come on.
Now
Manglemush said he lived there. Now, Manglemush is saying that it's Barry. Wilkes-Barre. Yeah, you can call it Wilkes-Barre. Or Wilkes-Barre.
Bear.
I would call it Wilkes-Barre. Barry is acceptable to
David
me.
in South Carolina is saying that a friend of his has used that government website for a long time and he almost bought a boat from it.
Why almost?
I don't know.
Somebody should go on there since they're so cheap. Buy me a boat, and then I'll name it after you, and then put it right out here in the lagoon right outside our house.
Is a fabulous idea.
How about that? Let's take up not a GoFundMe because they take some of the money.
Let me just see.
How about we start a campaign where you send cash, and then if I buy a boat from the government website, I will name it after you. How about that?
Who's going to have the best name for a boat?
Oh, that's you can name it anything you want, and we'll put it here.
And we're going to need a bigger boat. I don't need a big boat.
If you buy us a boat, you can come down and use it anytime you want.
And stay in the
This is a great
Paradiso Bruno, and I'll cook for you on the damn what's it called? Blackstone. Remember Blackstone? Isn't it one of those corrupt government agencies or corrupt dark money places?
It's a corrupt management company of real estate and
Which one isn't?
yeah.
We have to take another break here. When we come back, we have open phone lines, 855-839-1210. Do we know who's doing the Zioli show coming up at 3 o'clock.
I believe it's
on many of the
Mike Opelka.
The great Mike Opelka. God, I love that guy. Yes. Yes.
See if he can hop on with us, maybe.
Yes,
yeah, I love Mike.
That would
Opelka.
awesome.
He can give it. And Mike Opelka's another musical genius. I know Manglemush, and I know who's the other guy that's been doing songs all the time. He's doing them for everything too.
That's Michael Pelka.
No. The other guy who's doing shows for who's doing songs for all the shows on 1210 WPHT. Michael Pelka is doing them shows for himself. Come on, he's stunt brain. I know that.
I don't know who you're talking about.
I mean, we
just talked about him
for our show. He makes a lot of.
We just talked about him yesterday. He keeps tweeting all the time. He's in the thread with all the Zioli Army people, and he's been making unbelievable songs. Newman Price. Thank you, Newman Price, not Vincent Price. Newman Price, another musical genius. Robin, stop giving me the cut sign. Who the hell do you think you are, the floor manager?
I'm giving you the cut sign.
You don't give me any signs.
I can tell that Henry is going.
If Henry wants to break, he'll scream at me.
We'll live.
Jesus, Robin, who died and made you the floor manager of the show?
I'm trying to stay on schedule.
No schedules here. I'm in charge of the show.
All right.
I'm the boss now.
We'll let you keep thinking that, Tony.
No, we'll take a break. It's 855-839-1210. Anything you want to talk about, let's make it an open forum. Let's make it open phones, Philadelphia or America, no matter where you are in the world.
855-839-1210. 855-839-1210.
Coming right back.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business, whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is coming!
The John Birch Society is hosting its annual leadership conference at the Crown Plaza Hotel in King of Prussia, featuring retired General Michael Flynn, recent guest on the Tucker Carlson Network, the Solari Report CEO Catherine Austin Fitz, and national speaker and host of Behind the Deep State, Alex Newman. For tickets and more info, go to jbs.org. Saturday, September 13th, 67 Years of Truth. Go to jbs.org today.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Pennsylvania lawmakers say they're optimistic about getting a SEPTA deal done sometime in the near future. A tree fell on 4 men playing a game of dominoes in Fairmount Park. They're all expected to recover. And Amtrak is kicking off the first day of its new high-speed trains running along the Northeast Corridor.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. No application fee if you apply by September 3rd. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Weather sponsored by D&K Appliances.
Temperatures remain below average as we head through the upcoming holiday weekend. Today, partly sunny skies, still very comfortable with a high of around 80 degrees. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy skies and cool, low 59 for the city, a bit cooler out in the suburbs. And for Friday, chance for an early morning shower, otherwise partly sunny. Very pleasant with a high near 80.
D&K Appliances, family owned and operated, offers industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff are local experts guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances in Newtown Square and Flourtown or dkappliances.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, we got a lot of stuff going, a lot of fun stories too, and obviously most of the stuff today has been lighthearted, mocking Gavin Newsom. I can't wait to see how the media praises Gavin Newsom for announcing that he's going to send police out all over California. It has nothing to do with Trump, who he's been calling every day and saying, don't send any National Guard troops.
Because everything is fine. We're fine.
Exactly.
We're fine.
I mean, that's the thing. Just stop BSing people. Is there a bigger phony than Gavin Newsom?
No.
You can rip Trump all you want. He's not a phony. That's one thing's for sure. Phony is not one of them.
The thing that's sad is that people fall for it. There are people who think that Gavin Newsom is a wonderful governor. I have family members who think that he's doing a great job because they believe the smarmy, slimy things that come out of his mouth.
And I blame women, Robin. I blame women who will fall for this slime bag's whole shtick. I said it years ago. He's the guy he's American Psycho.
Yes.
He's American Psycho.
He even has mannerisms that
he's just like him.
I think that what's American Psycho? Christian
Bale is a great actor.
Christian Bale, I believe I'm convinced of this. I don't have any corroboration that he met Gavin Newsom at some point
patterned himself after him.
Patterned absolutely 100%. The slicked back hair, the certain mannerisms, the way he talked with his hands, the way he looks at himself in the mirror, which Gavin has also done. I'm 100% convinced.
Exactly. I mean, that's the bottom line. You believe what you want. Now, we're not voting in California. I lived in California, and Arnold was the governor, and they trashed him every day on local talk radio.
Yep.
Right? And then they liked him after he left, and now they hate him again.
Yes.
So that's the thing about politicians, especially if you're a Republican. If you're a Republican in California, like John Glarus was saying, if you're a Republican in Philadelphia, you basically don't, because most of the people there are just, they're in a cult.
Well, here's the weird thing. Like because I have transitioned, so to speak. I also was a Democrat. I believed a lot. Like when you live in California, you are so isolated with any news of any kind of get it. You live in these California rose-colored glasses, period.
And it's hard. I mean, it's beautiful in LA.
Yeah.
The weather's nice. You go out every day and take bike rides. You're in your own little world, la la land, as we call it.
And that's all you know. So I truly did believe a lot of the things that I was being fed. And it's not until you start seeing a different perspective and you're like, oh. And if you're smart, like if you're aware, you're like, something doesn't quite make sense here. And it took a while though for me to let go of these beliefs that I had for so long. And now seeing it from the opposite side, it's really interesting to see. Liberal doesn't like a politician. They hate them. They think that politician is evil incarnate.
Exactly. And most of them are, let's be honest.
Well, but no. I'm saying
left and right. The Democrats and Republicans, not the slime bags in both parts.
If a conservative or Republican doesn't like a liberal, they don't hate them.
I don't care about
they fear them, not because like they're afraid of them, but they are afraid what that politician will do to the country. It's a totally different thing. A conservative fears the results. A liberal hates the person because they think that
I hate the term liberal because I'm very liberal.
I know, yeah.
I'm liberal. The whole liberal conservative
You're
thing,
right.
It should be common sense versus lunatics. The lunatics are the people who don't want anything good to happen so they can complain about it.
My point is that is a whereas one part, the as you said, the common sense people are not thinking of just themselves. It's not just their little bubble. They're thinking of the consequences of how it happens with the entire world, with the United States, with everybody, their grandchildren, their family. And it seems more isolated or in the crazy world where when they don't like a politician, it's this visceral, like somehow the world is going to end if that person is in power.
But I can't wait till all the talking heads on television who are experts on everything, know anything about most of this stuff. I can't wait to see the reaction because this is a big story. This Gavin Newsom story right now is the biggest story of the week. Here's a guy who every day has his press minions pretending to be Trump with everything in all caps. And now he puts a fake setup. It's not even a real office. Where he's got these military people, not military, he's got sheriffs behind him and some other guy. And now all of a sudden, he's out there to make sure he's going to send out police to go take care of high crimes. Let's bring in a man who knows high crimes and misdemeanors. I think he once wrote a song about it, and it goes a little... Mike Opelka, ladies and gentlemen. Mike, are you there?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Thought you said he was ready.
Yeah, he was.
Is Michael Opelka ready?
Sorry, we were still chatting away on the other end here. I was a distraction
You
to
told me
him.
to go to Mike. I'm giving him a big, glorious introduction because he's a man thinks what Gavin Newsom just did is brilliant running of the state of California, of course.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more because I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
So he just holds a news conference with all these sheriffs and stuff that he now has decided he is going to now flood the state in the high crime areas with police and guards because people are still being carjacked. They're still not safe. But he hates the fact that Trump might want to send National Guard troops to help him, but let's give him credit. I mean, 7 years in, and what a brilliant strategy by Gavin Newsom today. I mean, his aides are just simply the best ever put together.
Well, this is on the heels of his plan for the homeless, having its 20th anniversary, that it was going to be wiped out. It was a 10-year plan 20 years ago. Just want you to know. His math doesn't work.
And I guarantee you, he'll be on all over the networks, all over the TV shows, and they'll be kneeling before him like Zod, the late great Zod, of course, who we just lost not that long ago. The actor
That's
who
true.
played
We're
Zod.
Zodless right now. How can we go on?
A Zodless nation cannot continue to function, Mike. I mean, I by the way, you watch it. I know your nephew lost to the best player in the world earlier in the first round of the U.S. Open. But you see these chicks, these like big, thick chicks are fighting with each other, yelling at each other. You've been following, you're a big tennis guy.
Yeah, I absolutely. You're talking about Yelena Ostapenko getting all upset with our
I had
lovely
some of that
American.
the other night. I mean, it's pretty good if you put more garlic on it. The Ostapenko,
Well,
good
if it's
stuff.
fresh, the Ostapenko is good. But after a couple hours on the court, I'm thinking the Ostapenko is toxic, very toxic.
Starts to smell a little bit.
A little bit, Robin. Ooh, I don't even want to think about stinky Ostapenko. Which
now, I've got to say, these two chicks. Is there a thick girl division now in the U.S. Open? I mean, both of those women, they were thick. I mean, with two C's. Not that that's bad.
Taylor is our girl. She's the one who had the flame skirt, and she won the match. And Ostapenko was mad because Taylor didn't put up this fake hand gesture that every pro does. Look, if you hit the ball and it hits the net and just trickles over, you win the point. And most players will like raise their hand and go, "Hey, I didn't mean to do that." But inside they're going, "Yeah, the net didn't screw me." But Ostapenko was pissed that Taylor didn't apologize for winning the point. And they
listen. I'll always be for the home girl against any stinking commie. Where's this Ostapenko from?
She might be Polish. I have to go back, or I have to maybe a breakaway republic. I don't know, but she kind of
republic.
She's
well, you know, there are dozens of them. You got your Lithuania, you got your Belarus. They're all the breakaways. Putin wants them back, but she kind of threatened Taylor Townsend by saying, "Hey, once we get outside of the U.S., it sounds like saying what we don't win on the court, we take back in the parking lot." Yeah, that's not going to work in Queens.
Yeah, she's from Latvia.
Latvia,
a breakaway republic.
Is that a breakaway republic?
Exactly.
Sure. Yeah, it's been a great Open, and while Riley had a quick exit and unfortunate the worst draw ever, I got to watch him play mixed doubles with Venus the week before from the third row, and that was really something special.
Yes. Venus is awesome. She's
great.
still
And-
playing. I got to give it up to her sister who went out there and put the chick who used to have the best grunts of all time into the Hall of Fame last weekend.
Maria Sharapova.
Maria
You're right.
Sharapova.
Yes.
Wasn't she not the queen of grunting back
She
in the day?
She is the Grammy grunt winner in my book.
For sure. Tony
You
used to
used to-
have a clip where he just
just play her, and then there was the guy.
Yeah.
Who was the male who would, and there was a combination. There was a remix.
Sounds like a sex tape. If you
Yeah, it does.
Totally.
It was Sharapova, and who was the other dude?
The guy.
Another foreign guy.
But it was
Was it Rafa? I feel like he was a
She
screamer.
got, and he would go, ooh. It was great.
We used to play a game, Tony. It's called Tennis or Terrorist. You read the last name, and you'd have to guess: are they a tennis player or a terrorist?
That'd be hard. That would be
And it
hard.
all started with
Or a porn film. I mean,
that's true. Yevgeny Kafelnikov, tennis or terrorist?
Exactly right. And Mike, we're looking forward to it, man. Always love listening to you. And
Thank you, brother.
An exciting week. Have a great weekend. We'll be back tomorrow from noon
Me
to 3
too.
on the
God
Tom
willing.
Show.
God
God
willing. I'll be
willing
back
is right.
tomorrow.
God willing. Have a great the rest of your Thursday. Michael Pelka grabbing the reins and running with it in for the great Rich Cioli, Tony Bruno, Miss Robin. We'll be back here noon to 3, and then the Friday night show right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a